Good Friday afternoon to you, and it is time for Sports4CLE, our draft night special for rounds 2 and 3 in the NFL draft. Along with Lance Reisland, I'm Dave Bacon. Lance, let's set the stage with Cameron Wolfe. What he's hearing out in Berea about the Browns and their plans for pick 33, first in the second round, and 36, fourth in the second round.
But talking to people here, I haven't got the feel that Shedeur Sanders would be a selection here. And the Browns are certainly a center of day 2 of this draft. They had the 33rd pick. They had the 36th pick. But conversations I've had, they want to get 3 or 4 good starters today. And so don't be surprised if neither of the 2 second-round picks are quarterbacks. They want to get playmakers. They've been looking at the wide receiver position. You got Missouri's Luther Burden. You got a pair of Ohio State running backs. We're here in Ohio. You got Travion Henderson and you got Quinshawn Judkins. Maybe one of those are a guy here. And I know they did a lot of work on tight end Mason Taylor from LSU. They had him here for a visit. So this Browns team could be a quarterback spot later on in the draft. One guy I've heard they've had some interest in, Alabama's Jalen Milroe.
And Lance, that's not a surprise. Tommy Rees, Browns offensive coordinator, was Milroe's coordinator at Alabama 2 years ago before he came to the Browns. But let's go back to those playmakers. Luther Burden, we talked about him last night. It makes sense.
Yeah, so they got to start. I think Burden's going to go quick, right? So if they're going to take him, it would kind of make sense to go at him right away. Then you got Henderson. You like Caleb Johnson. I really like out of Iowa. He's another playmaker. He also fits the scheme really well. But if you're talking about Burden and Henderson and Taylor, maybe a Fannin, maybe an Arroyo, those are 4 guys that could really help your team right now. I think this is a really important day for Andrew Berry and their staff in terms of they got to improve this offense and get some guys that can move with the football.
Well, and you know, it's not a surprise to folks that know what the Browns need. They need playmakers. They need, at least 1 wide receiver. You could talk me into 2. At least 1 running back. You'd talk me into 2. At least a tight end. You could probably talk me into 2. But relative to what we were talking about with Luther Burden, I know he's a guy you like. Take a look at this tweet from Jordan Schultz. And he's saying that a veteran scout who he asked to compare Luther Burden to, and he said he's one of the best run-after-catch guys, and he compared him to DJ Moore. And he said he expects Burden to come off the board quickly. He had him graded as a first-rounder. It's kind of the same kind of things we have been talking about relative to Luther Burden.
Well, what he is, compared to the other receivers in the draft, Tet McMillan and Buka, this is a touch guy, right? So you don't really have to even consider him a receiver. You consider him a guy, I got to figure out ways in the slot, reverses, some of the stuff that Kevin Stefanski likes to do. But more importantly, a guy in that slot opposite Njoku who can do some things with the ball without everybody having to be perfect. I said it before, the Browns have to be perfect for 10 to 15 plays. It's just too hard to maintain throughout a season. So Burden for me is a guy, get him the ball in space, and he'll make something happen for you.
So, we've heard plenty about Andrew Berry. We looked at his first-round picks last night. We're going to take a look at some of his second-round picks tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the pick and look at who was on the board that he passed on. We had called it Berry picking. So in 2020, second pick 44, Grant Delpit was the pick. Now, Antoine Winfield Jr., pretty good player, went 1 after him, same position. Chase Claypool kind of flamed out. Jalen Hurts has done well, and Jeremy Chin, he's been a productive safety. But Grant Delpit, that's a pretty good pick without question. 2021, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah moved up to pick him, and that's a home run. The only thing with Owusu-Koramoah that we want to know, is he healthy? Can he get back on the field? Because this guy can play. Yep. He can flat out play. Last year, the pick was Michael Hall Jr. in the second round. So it's kind of interesting. They passed on some pretty good offensive linemen. Patrick Paul, Roger Rosengarten for the Ravens was really good, and Suamate ended up playing for the Chiefs. So all in all, those are his second-round picks. They've been pretty good. You can argue Delpit. Owusu-Koramoah was really good, and Delpit was pretty good. Those are decent picks.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to line those guys up, there's a chance you would take exactly who they took, right? And I think what it comes down to, yesterday you made a really good point in terms of when you're losing, everything gets analyzed, right? Everything gets broken down. Food doesn't taste good. Draft picks aren't good. So winning will solve all that. Because if you look at those numbers right there, that was the Browns have done very well. Delpit, JOK is a home run. Once again, health is an issue, but in terms of play, he's been outstanding. So yeah, I think they got to stick with whatever their plan is. You just got to hope for them that plan is offensively because they still have to score points.
Yeah, and again, this offense is challenged. All right. We've had plenty of calls about the Browns. Let's head to the voicemail of Truth and Reason.
Hi, Dave. Howard from Marin. Just a comment on the draft. What's coming up, the second round. The Browns need a tight end, a left tackle, a quarterback, and a running back. The question is, can they get that all in the second and third rounds? So I'm hoping and praying that they will. So I'll be watching. Thanks a lot.
Live, we are taking phone calls tonight, 330-963-7763. Lance, I don't think there's a quarterback to be had that can make an impact. I think you can get a running back. I think you can get a really good tight end. I think you can get a really good wide receiver. And I'd go wide receiver first because I think Burden makes the most sense. Tackle, it's going to be more of a developmental guy as you get to this point of it because tackle's not deep. Wide receiver's not deep. Tight ends, running backs, those are deep. So you can answer a good portion of what you need, but you got to do it in the second round and the third round.
Well, you just said it. So I don't think a quarterback's going to have impact, and you have too many needs in other spots. The good thing for the Browns right now is that where their needs are, it's real deep.
Right.
So as much as they need a tackle, I think they do. You can take a developmental guy because you got to kind of go with what you drafted. You got to hope DeJuan Jones is going to turn out to what you think he is going to be and what he showed early. But yeah, the receiver, the running back, the tight ends, you can argue. Over the picks, you could take 2, 2, and 2. And I don't think anybody disagreed because of what they're going to do offensively and what they're moving back to. They need some personnel on offense to get back to what Kevin Stefanski does well.
And we've shown the needs. And you know, right now it's Jerome Ford, it's Pierre Strong, and a fullback. And the wide receiver room is Jerry Jeudy and it's Cedric Tillman. And a lot of unproven guys behind that. Michael Hall, Robert Woods III, who's been injured. You got Jamari Thrash, who didn't get enough playing time. So they need guys that can come in and make an impact.
Well, and I think you said it best, right? So they need guys who can make an impact right now,
yes.
not developmental guys. And that's what they've done a good job with Alex Wright. Some of these other positions, receiver's been a position they have not hit on. And the receiver, you got to take guys who have elite traits, and that happens in this round. That happens in the third round. So I would assume they're going to go after Burden here, or maybe Travion Henderson, but they need a guy who's explosive. They need a lot. Once again, I think quarterback's out of the question right now just because you have so many needs, and you went out got Flacco, you went out got Pickett. That's who you go with, and then surround those guys with people so they possibly get this offense moving a little bit.
Well, the other thing I would say is if you're going to take a quarterback at 33, why the heck didn't you trade back into the bottom half of the first round, give up a fifth-round pick or whatever, and that gets you the extra year of said quarterback? Because you didn't do that, that tells me you don't think enough of these guys to want to gamble on a fifth-year option. So why are you going to waste a second-round pick on it?
Yeah, absolutely, and you need stuff, right? So if you think Tyler Shuck's good, but he's not going to be your quarterback in the future, why would you not take a tight end that might be? Because this draft is so deep at tight end and so deep at running back, you can take a chance on a guy in the sixth round that might hit because there's so much talent in those two positions, and they're positions of need for the Browns. I don't think they go quarterback today. I've been wrong before, though. Everybody has been. But in terms of where they're headed, I don't like everything you said on why they didn't trade back in, or they traded back at 2. I just think they're going to get some weapons right now for whoever the quarterback is.
And again, later in the third round, okay, maybe. Names to watch out for quarterback-wise, Will Howard would be intriguing because if you wait into the fourth round, then it's a high, the reward is much greater than the risk for a quarterback like Will Howard in the fourth round.
Well, and you talk about a guy with traits, right? 6'4", 230. He can throw. He can run. Didn't run as well as he did at Ohio State. He did at Kansas State. Kansas State, he was more of a dual threat guy. Ohio State, he turned more of him into a drop back guy. For Will Howard, can he drive the ball from 15 to 25 yards? Because at Ohio State, there's so much talent. You throw it vertical or you throw it behind the line of scrimmage because there's so much talent. So at the NFL, they're going to, not saying he can't. He just didn't have to do that at Ohio State. That's going to be his question. But again, he's got all the traits.
So when you look at it, do you think Burden makes the most sense?
Without question, Burden would be absolutely a steal right here. I think he's a first-round talent that you're going to get at 33.
So the pick is in, and apparently the Browns are going Carson Schwesinger, linebacker from UCLA. My question is, can he catch the football?
That's very well. Let's just say it's very interesting in twofold. One is a guy like Jeffrey Bassa, a guy like Samal Munden, who you could get tomorrow. Those are much more better fits. Schwesinger is a very good player, though. Don't get me wrong. Tested very well, ran a 4.7. But in terms of need, I'm not sure what the Browns are thinking here. Just because they don't need. I mean, if JOK is back and Hicks is back, they need playmakers. And this tells me at 36 it has to be a playmaker. But I don't think Burden lasts here in the next couple picks.
Yeah.
I think he's a guy that's going to be gone.
So again, he was a first-team All-American. It's a guy that some had rated bottom half of the first round. But again, it's a defensive guy.
Yeah, and he's a guy for me, I think you can get as much out of Jeffrey Bassa out of Oregon in terms of what you need from a Browns linebacker. You need him to cover. You need him to blitz well. You need him to cover multiple positions, play well against the run. This guy is very, very good, but Jeffrey Bassa is a guy who could do that, and you can get later in the draft. So, again, they still have not. It's tough to defend when if they go out and get guys and you don't do well, you go, but they're not. They have to attack this offensive side of the ball. If not, they're going to struggle again.
The thing that this tells me is, they felt the need to upgrade their run defense between Mason Graham and Schwesinger as their first 2 picks.
Well, and if there is a weakness, it would be just because of the style they play. Would be that get in those double teams, move people, and they can get off the backers. Schwesinger's a little bit bigger guy. Once again, it just comes down to need. It has nothing to do with really a player. He's an outstanding player. The Browns need guys on offense right now, and if they don't, they're gonna struggle again.
Yeah, I mean, is the single wing out of the question?
Well, they're gonna, you gotta, you have a running back who's coming off major injuries. You have your other back is more of a third down back. You have receivers who run untested besides Jerry Jeudy. Tillman's your second guy right now, and he's a guy who's unknown. And you're going back to Kevin Stefanski's offense, and you have 1 tight end, and you're saying you're going to be in 12 and 13 personnel. The pick is kind of shocking if you really want to put out just because of the need.
Yeah. All right, let's head to the phone lines. Taylor in Columbus joins us. Taylor, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I was actually going to call and talk about how I thought AB gets a bad rep for not being able to draft well, and then we get this linebacker with our first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
When we all know we need offensive talent.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like the pick, and it's nothing against Carson Schwesinger. I think he's a pretty good linebacker, but I'm with you. We need guys who we can put the ball in their hand, and there are a lot of them that I like a lot, and they didn't take one.
No, so this is one of the more disappointing picks. I actually am a fan of AB. Like I said, I think he gets a bad rep for not drafting well, but he drafts depth pretty well. But concerning this pick, we could have definitely got a linebacker as a depth piece in the later rounds, in the 4th, 5th, or 6th, because there are quality players to be had. And I was kind of hoping to hear Burden's name or Mason Taylor or somebody that can be groomed to provide another spark on the offense.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm looking for a running back. I hope to get a running back. Texans just drafted Jaden Higgins, so another wide receiver goes before him. Who's your idea guy coming up? The Browns pick here in a couple of picks again.
Well, we're kind of in a tight spot now because if we like, the quarterback from Alabama, his name escapes me right now, Jalen Milroe.
Right.
If we like him, we almost have to take him because I don't see him falling down the draft board like Shedeur did yesterday. I think somebody's going to look at him and see the talent and the ability that he can be molded into. So we kind of have to take him if we like him. I don't want to see the quality tight ends be taken off the board before we get to pick one. And I honestly want to see a quality running back. So we're kind of in a tough spot.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm with you 100%. I want to see a wide receiver. I want to see a running back. I want to see a tight end. Taylor, appreciate the call. Thanks very much.
Yes, sir. Thanks, man.
All righty. Kind of interesting. So Now the question is, do you do running back or do you do wide receiver? Because you're not coming back in until top of the third round.
Well, I still think whoever you think is the most explosive guy in your breakdown. So there's two guys who are real explosive, Henderson and Burden. The good thing about Jaden Higgins, he's not a guy the Browns really need. Don't get me wrong, he's a great player, but they have those outside guys in Tillman and Judy. They need that slot guy. You got to hope Burden slides to this 36 pick. If they don't go offense here, I would be absolutely stunned. They have to address this offense. It's almost you're getting to the point where you're getting desperate here. You got to start getting some playmakers for that side of the ball.
Yeah, I've been desperate since the end of the season.
Yes, you have.
So
yes, you have.
I am desperate. I won't lie. The Seahawks are on the clock in the second round, so we'll see what that pick becomes. I'm at a loss, Lance. I'm shocked they went defense. I really am.
Well, not only is it shocking they didn't go an explosive guy, but just maybe a tight end, or maybe I would even argue, okay, if they have a high grade on a tackle, maybe the kid out of Minnesota, or maybe the kid out of Arizona. But when you go defense, the defense of JOK, they're in nickel a bunch anyway. So if JOK is healthy, this is a guy who's not going to be a starter. Right. So you got Hickson. So
well, you bring up a good point. Does this say they're really, really concerned that JOK may not be back on the field?
That would be my thought. But that even be said, Schwesinger doesn't fit the bill more as much as Jeffrey Bassa out of Oregon in terms of the style they play. The style of the linebackers for the Browns are much different. They have gap, but they're downhill guys. They don't do a lot of reading. They have to be tremendous athletes, long cover multiple positions. There's guys like that you can get in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, and it's just shocking that they didn't go. Like I'd say, if you're going to go, I would be shocked if they went tackle, but at least you could argue that a little bit if you have a high grade on one of your guys.
So. Mentioned the Seahawks are on the clock. They made a trade, so here are the details of the trade. Seahawks get this pick. They give up 52 and 82. So Seattle sees somebody they like. It's interesting. I suppose it could be a quarterback. They signed Sam Darnold. Could also be a running back. They do have Walker and another. Name escapes me, the running back from UCLA. Tyler Lockett left, so I would there's a cornerback from Michigan as well. Well, he does have some injury issues, but that's a guy that if you think the knee is okay and he checks out medically, he's probably a front half of the first round guy.
Well, you have a lot of guys right now. You got Henderson, Burden. These are guys who have had high grades, especially in what their skill set is explosively. So I would assume they traded up because they got a guy that they didn't think was going to be here, obviously.
Right.
But especially for their need. But there's a lot of really good players out there that would fit the need for what the Seahawks want. Seahawks kind of have similar, so I wouldn't be shocked if this is Henderson or Burden here just because of what they need as well.
Yeah, and again, the Seahawks have traded into this pick ahead of the Browns, so I would assume it's an offensive guy because the Browns would profile to take an offensive player. Although I say that, and they've taken 2 defensive players so far with their first 2 picks.
I truthfully have no idea where they're going with this pick, and you don't really know. Obviously, they have their plan; they're sticking to it, which is awesome. But you see Cooper Kupp they need playmakers. This is going to be a playmaker. This is going to be a Burden, a Henderson, maybe the corner out of Michigan.
Yeah, I would assume if you're going to do that, it's got to be somebody that you feel the Browns are looking at, and that would be Burden, Henderson, even Mason Taylor, tight end.
But is it somebody the Browns, like that? Right now,
we haven't had a really good feel for what the Browns were looking at.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people. I would say nationally as well. That was just an interesting pick, just because of what the Browns have defensively. And if you're saying JOK is healthy, this is the guy you're not going to start. So you pick the guy with the talent that you don't have on offense. You pick the guy who probably is not going to start for you on defense.
Well,
that's interesting.
The other thing it says to me is they feel a whole lot more confident about Cedric Tillman, probably than I do. And maybe Robert Woods III, who has been unable to stay healthy.
Well, they had, once again, those are outside guys, but those are one-type receivers, right? Those are the vertical. They're not super jet fast. They run good curls. They're the outside guy. They need a playmaker, and they just haven't gotten one in years.
Yeah, and The other thing is maybe they bring back an Elijah Moore based on the way he played with Joe Flacco. It could be Kenneth Pickett. So they traded up for Nwore, the safety, who was highly rated. That's who the Seahawks have taken. So everybody's still on the board.
That's right.
Let's celebrate an offensive draft pick here in the 2025 draft for the Cleveland Browns. Otherwise, they're going to have to shut guys out, or that defense is going to have to hold people to 10 points or less.
Now, did they think because the Browns? Now, Nwore is he's a super safety, but he's a physical freak, right? So, did they think the Browns because the Browns were going to go safety there? That would be. I wouldn't think so, but the linebacker pick at 33 has kind of thrown me for a loop in terms of where they're headed. In terms of this guy is probably number one on a lot of people's board because his traits are through the roof: fast, big, strong.
Yeah, he was a guy that, in looking at it after last night, a lot of people had a back half of the first round grade on him. So, again, the Seahawks take Nwore, the safety from South Carolina. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm assuming this is going to be a wide receiver or running back. I had that assumption a couple minutes ago and was incorrect.
Well, I would have lost a bet there because again you just and Nwore, he's a Delpit, Kyle Hamilton type. So I don't think did the Seahawks think the Browns are going to go after him because he's a down in the box guy, and that's not what the Browns need. They have Delpit. So interesting move by them, and once again it kind of worries you a little bit here in terms of this pick right now. Where are they headed with this pick? Are they taking the best guy on the board, and if that best guy is a safety, is that where they're going?
There are some thought via social media that it's Quinshon Judkins for the Browns, another running back, a little bit more physical than Travion Henderson. Ohio State fans will recognize him. At this point in time, I love the pick if it's a running back.
Well, here's what it does. So Judkins to me kind of goes into this Cam Scadaboo, Damian Martinez out of Oregon State. He was at Oregon State, went to Miami. But again, he's not a home run hitter. Now, He ran fast, I understand, but in his 40 time, but his football speed is basically he's a thumper.
And it is Quinshon Judkins who will be the pick for the Browns. So they do get a running back in the second round. Again, that's Quinshon Judkins, a guy that was productive for the Buckeyes.
When he ran much better, so you're going to see him here, good toss play here, pin and pull, are going to get out in front. He finishes every run. Very violent runner. He's really, really good at Ole Miss. Did a really good job. He comes in with a lot of tread because he split time with Travion Henderson, which is important. You're going to see his style, though. His style, again, is very violent. He's a guy that I think gets you to 2nd and 4. Now, he's going to break some big runs, but he's also a guy that kind of fits that mold, that the bull in the china shop, that Nick Chubb, where he's going to, no matter what happens, he's going to get you to 2nd and 6, which I think is very, very important. So he's not going to give you the home run plays like I don't think he will, that Travion Henderson does, but he's also a very, very good back.
Yeah, the one thing about Henderson, durability might be a concern for him. He's been banged up a couple of times. The one thing you can see is you better come low on Judkins because he's going to run through you if you try to tackle him high.
Well, like he said, and then I didn't think he had speed, but he ran super well at the combine. So that was kind of probably the selling point on him. Maybe some injuries with Caleb Johnson as well. I actually had Judkins below Henderson and a couple other guys. But once again, really deep. I would have liked them to see them go Burden again.
Right.
But I got an offensive guy that should help move the sticks a little bit. Keep them on pace, 2nd and 6 instead of being 2nd and 10. That's big for a play caller.
Well, and the other thing is a running back that is durable, that gets you 4 yards a carry, makes a quarterback who is average a little bit above average.
Well, yeah, because now you're not in 3rd and 10, remember. Now you're in nickel, you're dropping 8, you're dropping 7. It's really hard to throw against. So you get to 2nd and 6, now you're thinking it's a base defense. You're getting 4 defensive backs. Sounds kind of, just makes the picture a lot clearer for the quarterback at 2nd and 6. So if he at least gives you that, it's a great pick.
Who does his running style remind you of?
Well, in a way, it's kind of that Nick Chubb in terms of that high leg, that he seems to pick up speed as he gets to the 2nd level. I was actually shocked by his 40 time. So once again, there's a guy that maybe he was a little. That's when I went back and watched the tape because the 40 time was outstanding, But yeah, that would, for me, it's a Nick Chubb kind of. I think him and Omari Hampton are very similar in terms of their style. Once again, he doesn't take as much punishment as Genty, but he's that style, right? And that's, that could be very productive for the Browns and where they're at offensively. Just like to see them get a guy. I don't, obviously now, unless they trade back in, they're not going to get a guy like Burton because he's going to go here quick. Maybe Jalen Royals out of Utah State's a guy who has that kind of ability and space. They still need a space guy. They still don't have that space guy, but they have improved that running back room. Yeah,
and again, I keep your ear out for Elijah Moore coming up. He's still out there, and.
Well, the thing I would say about Elijah Moore that people, when he got here, he was thought of just a slot. And when you go out to practice, the thing that I noticed is that even though he's undersized height-wise, he's an outside receiver. He's a route tree guy. He's not a gimmick reverse kind of guy. He's not a Deebo Samuel guy, which is kind of what I think they thought he was. That's why I think he had so much success with Joe Flacco, because they used him more as an outside receiver. So, yeah, I think he's a guy, he can run some inside route, but he's also not a space guy. He's a route runner. They need a touch guy. And at this point, I don't know if they'll get that guy in this draft unless they have somebody they know that they've really, really like. But we would all know who he is at this point, and that's Luther Burden. And obviously they didn't have the higher grade on Burden as some of the rest of us did.
So the next question is, they have 2 picks in the 3rd round. What are you targeting there?
Well, if you're
knowing that the wide receivers is getting a little thin.
Well, I would think Jalen Royals is a guy that fits. I mean, he may be a stretch because of the size and where he played and things like that. But I think you got to look tight end now, right? I think you got to think Mason Taylor. There's a bunch of really good tight ends: Mason Taylor, Arroyo, Fannin, Gunnar Helm, Ferguson. Tim Beick brought up a great thing about Ferguson, his ability to run, and how that ability to run correlates to success in the NFL. Ferguson ran really well, so they got to go out and get some tight ends now too.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is quarterbacks in play there, particularly the second. I don't think it is in the first, because there's still going to be some guys in that first pick. Second pick in the 3rd round, it might come more into play, and you might be looking at a Will Howard. Heck, Jalen Milroe could slide that far. I don't expect him to, because I think if the Steelers come up in the 3rd round in front of you, that's probably their guy.
Well, it's interesting. I would have said there's no way they're going quarterback, right? But the linebacker pick tells you that they have their own plan, and whatever that plan is, we don't have to agree with it. But that's a pick for me that they really miss an opportunity to get a guy who can really exploit an offense. There's the tackle out of Arizona, really good player, went to the Dolphins. But they have to address that. So I don't think they can reach for Royals. I think they got to look tight end here. I think they got to look tight end. You can get a lot of. Jeffrey Boss is a guy, but he's a guy you can get on 3rd day. I think this has got to be tight ends in terms of value.
Yeah, I guess you could, if one of the really elite type running back slides that you like, you could double up on running back, I suppose.
Well, and there's guys, Devin Neal's really good out of the backfield. Now the guy that they would get, they have the complement to Ford now. They have now, to me, what they've done is they've really drafted 2 running backs, because now they have a guy who can run the ball like Nick Chubb, get 1st and 2nd down, and now Ford goes back to what I think he can really be good at as a 3rd down back.
Yeah, that's it's hard to argue with that. So earlier today, Mason Graham was in Berea at the Browns facility, there was some mixed reactions by Browns fans when it was Mason Graham. This is Mason Graham from earlier today, telling Browns fans what he wants them to know about him.
Yeah, I mean, I just, all the stuff on social media you see, but I try not to pay attention to it. But, everything planned out, and, God blessed me to be here, and that's, where I'm going to, play for my next few years and hopefully longer. So, I just feel like, Cleveland's getting, one of the best players, if not the best player in the draft. I feel like, I can do everything, and I can play anywhere along the front, and just coming in with Miles and, all the guys along the front is only going to make the team better.
And clearly, the first 3 picks tell you they felt like they needed to have their run against, the defense against the run better, and their ability to run the ball better. That's, if you want to boil down what did you do in the first 3 picks, That's what they did in their first 3 picks.
Well, what you're saying now is that, taking that linebacker, for me, you got to make sure you get the safety now, because right now you have to play complementary football, because regardless of who you get, you're not going to have that explosive guy that we thought they might go out and get. So now you've got to play elite defense, and Mason Graham's a guy who can do that. I'm a little biased because Mason Graham was so high on my board. He was my number 1 guy for everything he said there. His attitude, not only his play, but his attitude. The Browns' defensive front 7, they're great players, but they need a guy who's vocal, kind of nasty in there, hold up against the run. He's an upgrade from Dalvin Thompson because he can play the run like Dalvin, but he's also a pass rusher. So it does make sense. And then the linebacker, interior-wise, agreed there. I think Jordan Hicks plays the run very well, though. So just a little bit shocked. We'll stay shocked at that pick just because of what they need. But Mason Graham to me was number 1 on my board just because of production. Matched the traits, right? Big, fast, physical, high production. People talked about, he only had 9 sacks, right? A lot of people were upset because I said what a game record he really was. Well, when you watch him on film, it's not all about sacks. It's just screwing up blocking schemes and making people go left and right and just kind of causing chaos in the backfield, which is what Schwartz loves.
So let me ask you this. The 3 picks that they've had, do you think the Browns have gotten more physical with these 3 picks as a football team? Is that what they're going after here?
That would be, so 2 things would tell me that. First of all, the people they picked, yes, because the Schwesinger kid's a big kid out of UCLA. He's a physical Mike backer, kind of I would say old school because he ran a 4.7, but he's a physical tackle-to-tackle guy. Mason Graham tells you that too. So I would say yes, just because maybe that's the route they're going. We got to get more physical on defense. Maybe they think the physicality will create more turnovers, right? If you can hit the quarterback, they get that free safety who can make some plays over top and help their corners. There's a plan they have, and those are things we're not thinking of, but that could be the plan. How do we get more physical? We're a good bunch, but how do we become more physical and create turnovers?
I'm looking for traits. Judkins is physical, Schlesinger's physical, and Mason Graham's physical. So maybe they felt that, they needed to get more physical. Particularly run defense.
Well, and I will say this, you and I have talked about it a bunch over the last couple of years. Whether you like them or not, these guys are good football players. Right. When you watch the Ohio State, when you watch UCLA, when you watch Michigan, those are the best players. Those are the players that jump out at you. So now Ohio State had a bunch of players that jumped out at you. But in terms of Michigan, when they were national champs, there's a lot of guys who are going to be in the NFL. Mason Graham's the best player on that team. The linebacker out of UCLA, best player on that team. Judkins, best physical runner. You're right. That physicality does kind of carry over to 3 picks. Obviously, we'll see more when they start more picks. But for me now, if they have a safety, Billy Bowman, the guys they like at safety, go get that guy then. Make that defense as good as you can make it. If you don't have a high grade on your offensive guys, find some more physical guys. That would tell me if it's physical, then it would tell me Arroyo because Arroyo is real physical. As compared, or Gunnar Helm out of Texas. Jaden Milroe, you're correct, yes.
Lance Reisland and I are going to step aside, take a quick time out. We will have more of this draft night special edition of Sports for CLE. You can get involved, 330-963-7763. We'll be back after this timeout.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million? New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Greater Cleveland Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the star athletes and notable sports figures who were born or have made their home in Greater Cleveland. It tells the story of discipline, commitment, perseverance, sportsmanship, and excellence in achievement. It encourages and inspires those who believe in sport and its direct impact on the well-being of our community. Go to clevelandsportshall.com or follow us on Twitter at GCLE Sports HOF for more details.
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free.
I am powerful beyond my wildest imagination.
I will define my future.
I will keep challenging myself to improve.
Because I am a future leader of this great nation.
I will be responsible for raising a beautiful family.
And educating not only my generation, but many more to come.
I will make a difference in my community.
And I will stand up for what I believe in.
I will not settle for simply chasing my dreams. I will achieve them.
Because I was given a chance.
An opportunity.
A home.
At Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
The ultimate leadership experience.
FCCLA has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
It's made me who I am today.
Join us. We'll build a new future together.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, you know, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million. New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
Sports4CLE's Draft Night special continues. Rounds 2 and 3 tonight, along with Lance Reisland. I'm Dave Bacon. So first pick of the second round for the Browns was the linebacker Carson Schwesinger from UCLA. Brian Baldinger, former NFL offensive lineman, with a film breakdown of Schwesinger.
The Browns took Carson Schwesinger with the 33rd pick, first pick of the second round. This guy's got instinct, like crazy instinct. And then his game speed, I don't know how fast he was. I don't remember. I don't even know if he ran. But his game speed is good because his instincts are good. So he gets a jump, no matter what he's asked to do. Against Penn State right here. You watch this right here. Reach the cutoff block, and then he gets skinny, all right? Watch this. He reads this, get skinny, get through that crack right here,
so
and then make the tackle.
We can easily bundle
right?
home
Those are
insurance and
instincts.
save
like when to get skinny like that. He gets through the cracks, so that guard can't get up and get
so
and get on.
Here
he is, right in your middle.
Metaphorically,
yeah. He just trusts his eyes.
A bunch of chicken.
He's going to beat the offensive guard across the stage right now. Guard's got to block.
I actually like hot sauce.
Right now.
Can I get chips?
Keep your eyes up. Meet him in the next hole.
So there you go. Some of the things that Brian Baldinger sees with Schwesinger.
Well, two things you really like in that film. First of all is that the term getting skinny. I love that term because what you're doing is you're not giving that lineman any body surface to hit. Secondly, the instincts. And I like what, once again, I love when guys talk about game speed because that's a real thing. And you're a lot faster when you know what you're doing. And if you understand the game of football, there's no thinking, right? So if your mind is thinking, your feet aren't moving. And he's a guy who's real instinctual, which is going to make him even faster. Though he ran a 4.7, which is fast for a linebacker. He has those instincts, which makes him very, very football fast.
Yeah, and again, linebacker a position that's a little bit in question just because of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. To keep everyone up to date, Patriots took Travion Henderson, running back from Ohio State, so he goes off the board pretty quickly, and he goes to Mike Vrabel, so that's kind of interesting. When you look at what you think the Browns will be looking at coming up in round 3.
Well, I think if you look at where they need help and the high level player you can get, I think it's got to be tight end, right? So you got Mason Taylor, you got Fannin, you got Gunnar Helm, you got Terrence Ferguson. You got a lot of these guys that can really run. A lot of these guys could be position flexible. Kevin Stefanski likes to get in that 13 personnel and spread it out. And what that does is it makes the defense go in regular, and then you get a matchup with a linebacker or safety. So there's a lot of things he likes to do, but they not only do they not have those type of tight ends, they don't have any tight ends at all. Right. They went to 11 personnel because of Deshaun Watson, so they got to go out. The good thing is tight end in the 3rd round. They could, like they could have done with Burden, they can really attack this tight end position. And once again, maybe it's the toughness as you're talking about. If that's the case, Gunnar Helm's a great, very tough guy. Luke Lachey's a guy they can get tomorrow. He's a tough guy from Iowa. But you're talking Fannin, Arroyo, Taylor, and Ferguson. Those are high-level guys that can improve this offense.
Luther Burden just drafted by the Chicago Bears, so it went Henderson and Burden back-to-back, Patriots and Bears. Let's welcome in Tim Bielik from the Plain Dealer, cleveland.com, to the Sports4CLE Draft Night Special. Tim, we were a little surprised by Carson Schwesinger at 33. Just your thoughts?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with that too. It seemed like all the noise leading up to the pick was going to be that it was going to be Travion Henderson potentially, because I know that Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated dropped the report that it might be, they may be targeting Ohio State running back. So to see them go Schwesinger was a bit of a surprise. I did have him as my second number 2 off-ball linebacker behind Jahad Campbell, who went 31st overall. So not a big reach in my mind, especially if you have questions about the future of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah in Cleveland, if he's going to be able to return to the field. This is an insurance policy, I think, in case you're unsure if JOK is going to be available.
Hey, Tim, obviously the Browns need help at tight end. They don't have a lot of depth there. Where would you go in the 3rd round with tight end for what the Browns are going to do offensively?
Well, looking at tight end, I think, I would look at Oregon's Terrence Ferguson. He's a guy I've mocked to the Browns before. I've written this draft cycle about how tight ends usually need to run a sub 4.76 40 to really have the better chance of success in the NFL. And Ferguson has had the best 40 of any tight end in the combine, 4.63. You look at Ferguson, he's a guy who doesn't waste any energy. When he gets the football, he goes straight up the field. Again, no wasted motion. May not be a great blocker, but he's just a guy who's just going to get up the field and make plays. And I think in a 2 tight end scheme, you want guys who are just going to go straight up the field and make plays. You don't want to hesitate. You don't want any guys dance around. Just go up and go get vertical. And Terrence Ferguson does that very well. Gunnar Helm, I know you talked about him before. Another guy I really like. We don't know what his true speed is because as he tested slow at the combine, but it was revealed that he sprained his ankle during a false start on the 40 at the combine. So certainly he's another guy I really like. Maybe a guy can wait for until the 4th round because just of the uncertainty with his testing numbers. But those are 2 guys that really stand out to me.
When you look at now, there's 2 3rd-round picks coming up here. Where do you think the Browns look? And I'll dovetail that on with. What quarterbacks do you think come into play if it isn't in the 3rd round?
Yeah, I think I would still be looking offense here. Obviously, getting Quinshon Judkins, that's the first offensive piece the Browns needed to get in this draft. I said this needs to be a playmaker draft, and obviously Quinshon Judkins fits that mold. So I'd be looking at receiver again. Like Lance was alluding to, maybe tight end, something you consider. Maybe if Jalen Milroe's there at 67, that might be the time to pull the trigger on Jalen Milroe. He could certainly sneak down there. I know there's talk about Tyler Shuck potentially going off the board before Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe. That'd be kind of a surprise to me. But I look at, these 2 picks coming up, 67 and 94. There's plenty of depth in this draft. I don't think the fall off really happens till the end of the 4th round into the 5th round. I think that's where kind of more of a dramatic fall off kind of happens as far as this class is concerned. But I think, again, with all the holes the Browns got to fill in offense, maybe you want to look for another skill player, maybe receiver, maybe you get that number 2 tight end. If I had to guess, I would say tight end is probably more likely just because you don't have a tight end number 2 right now in this offense. behind David Njoku. And certainly you could take a chance later on with a slot receiver, maybe a Jalen Noel if he falls that far, or a Kyle Williams from Washington State. Either one of those guys are really good slot receiver type builds that I really liked. But again, offense is kind of where I would personally look with these next two picks to really try to build up that side of the football.
Tyler Shuck is going to be drafted by the Saints with this pick coming up. So, Lance, I know you had a question.
Tim, the Browns, they got Judkins, and now they have, obviously they got Ford, which I think helps. He goes back to a third down back. If you had to take another back, which I wouldn't be shocked if they got another back in this draft, who would you take and why? And why do you think, how do they fit in the Browns offense?
I take Rashard Smith from SMU. He's a guy I look at as, a sixth round, like potentially late fifth, early sixth round option. He's a smaller guy, a guy I've had mocked to the Browns before. And this guy's another one of those third down backs, a guy with the ability to, catch the ball out of the backfield and make a lot of big plays up the field. And he's got some electricity to his game. Certainly another compliment to Quinshon Judkins if you decide to not bring back Jerome Ford after this season. So that's a guy I kind of look at, as far as, running backs, you could certainly take later in this draft. Jordan James from Oregon is another guy that stands out. I kind of think of him as maybe a diet Bucky Irving, because I look at, Jordan James, a lot of the things he does are almost as good as Bucky Irving. If he can be in a similar vein to Bucky Irving, I think that would be a great pick, especially in day number 3. I don't know how. It's going to be interesting what the Browns decide to do with the running back group. It's good. I like that they went running back. Maybe I was a little surprised it was Judkins over Henderson, because I think Henderson's ability to create explosive plays might make him better in the NFL, but I have no problem taking on Judkins because he's a powerful back with a lot of speed. One of, I think it was 14 running backs at the combine to run a sub 4.5 and to do it about 220 pounds. That's absolutely incredible. Just going to be a tough guy to deal with for opposing defenses, and he feels like a traditional AFC North running back through and through.
Who does he remind you of? When you watch him run, who does Quinshon Judkins remind you of?
Well, the comparison that's been out there is Joe Mixon, and I think I can see it a little bit because with Judkins, I think he's got a profile where he can be effective both as a pass catcher and a runner. And certainly, if in this day and age, if you have running backs that can be 3-down backs where they can catch the ball out of the backfield, that makes him valuable, because Judkins certainly is a true north and south running back. Maybe doesn't have that kind of creativity in the open field, but a guy who's just going to find holes and attack them with ferocity. But also, we saw at Ohio State, several times he was able to make catches out of the backfield and could be viable as a receiver. And then then you can suddenly have an interesting package where, say, if you wanted to put one receiver, 2 tight ends, and then Judkins and Ford out there, you could have a situation where you could send both running backs out into pass patterns, one out into pass patterns, the other one in pass protection. You just never don't know who it's going to be. Because if you have 2 running backs who are capable of catching passes out of the backfield and you put them on the field together, you can really create a little confusion on defense and make them think for that extra half a second of who's going to go into the open field, who's going to sit back in pass protection. In the NFL, half seconds are valuable.
Is there an offensive lineman that you think could be around in the 3rd round that would intrigue you? Would have to be a tackle, because they're looking for tackles.
I think of a couple. If he's around at 67, Ariante Ursary from Minnesota is a guy I like. He's another big offensive lineman. I certainly think he could be going off the board any pick now. I think, he had first-round potential, but he's a powerful guy. Like Cameron Williams from Texas, maybe later in the 3rd round, more raw guy. Started opposite Kelvin Banks Jr. for the Longhorns this season. This is his first season as a starter. Raw, but you see a lot of good, intriguing physical tools with Cameron Williams. So those are 2 guys I'm kind of looking at as far as developmental guys. And the thing with the Browns, because you have DeJuan Jones, at least right now, you have Jack Conklin for another season, you have Cornelius Lucas signed, you can afford, I think, if you're the Browns, to take maybe a more developmental tackle if you really want to. I know Anthony Belton from North Carolina State's another name that's been thrown out there. Maybe he's an option in day 3. Certainly not going to be a lack of options, you would think, if the Browns want to add an offensive tackle there. And certainly, as I've said before, any team that's entering an NFL draft, offensive line always feels like something you have to do. No matter how good or how bad your offensive line is, I say always draft one.
Before I let you go, Tim, gut feeling, who do you think is the guy with the higher round 3 pick?
For
the Browns, yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
67.
Who goes 67?
Yeah, who goes 67?
That's going to be an interesting question because I feel like if they were going to go wide receiver or tight end, that might be it might be better for them to go earlier. But also, if Jalen Milroe's there at 67, I mean, that's enticing. That's very enticing because, you'd be only giving up a third-round pick if it doesn't work out. And, third-round picks don't have a lot of high value anyway. So that would be the time, I think, if he's there. I don't know if he's going to be there because I originally thought he might not make it out of the first round to begin with. So it's going to be interesting to see where he kind of goes. But if he's gone or the Browns decide not to go and get Jalen Milroe at pick 67, I think it would be a good time to add another receiver and, add some competition for Cedric Tillman as possibly the number 2 receiver in this offense.
Tim Beick, as always, great stuff. Appreciate the time and the insight. Thanks very much, Tim.
Thanks for having me, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Sounds good. Tim Beick, plain dealer, cleveland.com. Royals, is that, if he's there, do you think that's the guy that makes most sense?
You know what? For me, it is because he's not only is he kind of a slot guy, but he's 205 pounds. And a lot of the things they tried to do with Elijah Moore, he was undersized for the NFL. So Jalen Royals, when you watch his film, kind of did a deep dive in terms of when they played bigger schools. He's really talented. He can play the slot. He can also play outside. He can do some different things. But he's also a guy, he can do the fly sweeps and the jet sweeps and those things that Kevin likes to do occasionally in offense. Jalen Royals is a guy that can do that. Now, is he a stretch maybe in the third round? I'm not sure, but if you're looking, for me, he's my next guy in line after Burden for guys who touch the ball in space. And going back to Tim has absolutely sold me on Ferguson just because of that speed. So I'm not a Milroe guy just because he doesn't fit the scheme. But the traits that he has that everybody talks about, those are intriguing. And his connection to Tommy Reese and what they did, and there's a lot to be said about what Milroe can bring to the table.
Well, he would know, Reese would in theory know what he has to do to get him to fit into the system and how much work it's going to take.
Well, and he can relay that to Kevin. He can do this or he can't do this. So if they, that would be that's information that no one else has.
Right, and he has it firsthand because he worked with his as an offensive coordinator with him for an entire year. So the Bills have traded up into the second round with the Chicago Bears. That was the Bears' second pick. And they take T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina.
Yeah, I had T.J. Sanders. Well, actually, I moved Tyleik Williams into Graham and Grant. So those three were my top three. Sanders was in there with Walter Nolan, guys who are really good with their hands, guys who are multi-sport kids in high school. They kind of fit that SEC build, right? Long, athletic, long arms, violent hands, very good against the run, very good pass rushers, and just tremendous ceilings for those interior defensive tackles.
So, we've talked a lot about Mason Graham again. Mason Graham met with the Cleveland media today, flew into Cleveland, kind of got a tour of the facility, met with the media before he left. Graham, the defensive tackle, was asked about playing in Jim Schwartz's system as a new defensive tackle.
I feel like, it's a totally different style than I've, been playing. So he's been talking about just taking the handcuffs off me. And, I'm used to playing blocks now, but, getting more off the ball and more attacking and, causing more negative plays for the offenses. And I feel like I can fit right into the scheme. Yeah, I felt like I've played, the best competition. I've played, along with the best. I like playing against the best too. So, I've played in big-time games throughout my past 3 years. And I want to play in even bigger games, come to the next level. So,
you listen to him talk. I don't think there's going to be much of transition for him from a kind of react to an attack defense.
Well, one of the big things that he was talking about, to give people reference, is that when you see the Browns defensive lineman line up against the offensive lineman, what he did at Michigan was he lined up almost on the guy. So he's trying to control that offensive lineman, where they still do that in the NFL. But what Schwartz is trying to do, he's trying to take the gap on either side of that offensive lineman. He's forcing that offensive lineman. So his skill set, he's done the hard part. That two-gapping, that reacting, that's hard to do. You have to work your hands in extension. It goes back to him being a wrestler. He's got great balance. He's got great violent hands. He does everything well. So he can transition from one leg to the other. He's very, very strong. But now he gets to turn it out. When he says take the handcuffs off, that means he doesn't have as much responsibility as he did when he's playing. There's different theories, but that goes back to him playing 3 downs too, because on early downs, the Browns will do that too, somewhat, right? Early downs, you're making sure you stop the run, but now he can turn it loose on 3rd down or long yardage situations.
The other thing is because of his build and short arms and all those things, people they minimize how good of an athlete he is.
Well, the funny thing was I heard Campbell from LSU, you get paralysis from analysis, right? That, for me, that comes into some of these things that people talk about, right? Like arm length, and that makes sense to me, but some guys can just play, right? If you watch Will Campbell at LSU, he knocks everybody down all the time. And the same thing with Graham. Graham is playing against the Ohio State lineman where he just dominated. Right? Him and Grant absolutely dominated against high-level guys at Ohio State, and he dominated against high-level guys their national championship year. So you're right. The short arms and like that wrestler, people think he's kind of just tough. He's the whole package, right? He is super tough because wrestlers are incredibly tough. The toughest guys I ever coached as a high school coach were wrestlers. But now he's got that athletic ability with it. That makes him special.
Yeah, and a lot of times people don't realize how athletic wrestlers are. They can switch feet. They can switch. They can go from basically attacking right-handed to attacking left-handed, which, as a defensive tackle, that's invaluable.
Well, and so that's that hand fighting, right? And the balance and the ability, as my dad used to say, the ability to play in traffic, right? Things are going around 1,000 miles per hour, but he's able to stay balanced in there. He doesn't get knocked out. That's all wrestling, right? That base, that lower center of gravity, that ability not to get moved. He does it all. He's the real deal. He's the kind of pick that you go 2 years from now, you're real excited about.
Adding impact players, guys who affect the short.
Lance Reisland and I are going to step aside, take a quick timeout. 330-963-7763 is the number if you want to get involved. 330-963-7763. Sports4CLE's Draft Night Special. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million? New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Greater Cleveland Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the star athletes and notable sports figures who were born or have made their home in Greater Cleveland. It tells the story of discipline, commitment, perseverance, sportsmanship, and excellence in achievement. It encourages and inspires those who believe in sport and its direct impact on the well-being of our community. Go to clevelandsportshall.com or follow us on Twitter at GCLE Sports HOF for more details.
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free.
I am powerful beyond my wildest imagination.
I will define my future.
I will keep challenging myself to improve.
Because I am a future leader of this great nation.
I will be responsible for raising a beautiful family.
And educating not only my generation, but many more to come.
I will make a difference in my community.
And I will stand up for what I believe in.
I will not settle for simply chasing my dreams. I will achieve them.
Because I was given a chance.
An opportunity.
A home.
At Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
The ultimate leadership experience.
FCCLA has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
It's made me who I am today.
Join us. We'll build a new future together.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million. New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free. Sports4CLE's Draft Night Special continues along with Lance Reisland. I'm Dave Bacon. So Mason Taylor, the tight end, has come off the board. The Jets took him, and then the 49ers took the defensive tackle Alfred Collins from Texas. Lance, let's welcome in Bill Sparks. He is from draftprofessor.com as well as TSN. Bill, how are you? And
I am.
Were you as surprised by Carson Schwesinger as we were?
So I'm surprised by the position, but not the player. Carson Schwesinger is a very talented linebacker any way you shake it. Yes, 33 is a little bit shocking, but I think it also indicates how far along Owusu-Koramoah is in his recovery for them to be able to say, hey, we've got to get a linebacker at 33. And he's a very suitable replacement. And the good news is he'll play very well next to JOK once and if JOK recovers. Just very athletic, sideline to sideline, rangy, tackling machine.
So can he catch the football? I'm looking for guys that can catch the football and run with it.
Yeah, I mean, he could catch a few interceptions. The good news is getting Quinshon Judkins helps.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Alleviate that a little bit. The big problem with Judkins is he doesn't have that, breakaway speed that you look for in a running back. He's got a big body with juice. When you look at his game, you think kind of like a DeMarco Murray type when he was with Dallas, big body, going to move some piles around. He's got a gear, but it's not as quick as you'd like. Obviously, I would have preferred Travion Henderson over Judkins if we're talking solely Ohio State running backs here. But I think getting a running back here doesn't close the door on Nick Chubb, but it certainly doesn't make it as a need. But yeah, I'm with you. A pass catcher should have been the move at 33 over linebacker, but I understand the reason behind it.
No, that's fair. Absolutely fair.
Hey, Bill, Lance Reisland here. Hey, I got a question for you. If the Browns need tight ends, right? So if you're the Browns right now, what style of tight end would you go with, and who do you think fits? Kevin going back to more of the 12, 13 personnel. Who do you think fits that kind of that role in his offense? In this upcoming third round.
Yeah, so obviously one that just went off the board would have been a perfect fit, and Mason Taylor to LSU going to the Jets probably would have been a perfect selection to slot next to Njoku. But one guy to watch out for is Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green. Very productive, 20 years old, and super productive, very physical at the catch point. isn't the greatest blocker, but is willing to do so. Has a little bit of what I call a clunky running style. If you watched him do the gauntlet at the combine, it didn't show well in his testing. But this is a guy, he would be a raw, moldable clay next to David Njoku. The same things we said about Njoku when we took him in round 1 from Miami are the same things that are being said about Harold Fannin Jr., just slightly younger. You could get him into 3rd, even the top of the 4th, even as well. If you wanted to look elsewhere, obviously there's Oronde Gadsden from Syracuse, a little bit better of a pass catcher, but a little bit worse of a run blocker. So ultimately, if you're going to run 12 personnel, you've got to figure out what are you willing to part with at this point between Fannin and Gadsden, and even maybe an Elijah Arroyo as well, who's also a better pass catcher than run blocker at this point.
Bill, is quarterback completely out of the mix, do you think, yet, or out of the mix in the 3rd round? Or do you still think Milroe, maybe even Will Howard, enter that equation 3rd, 4th round?
I don't think it's fully out of the equation, but it's not the top need that everyone thought it would be coming into day 2. I think this team realizes that there are more holes here than what a rookie quarterback can fix. They should take a developmental arm at some point, but I think we're probably looking closer to a day 3 selection. Maybe Milroe, if he's there at the tail end of the 3rd round tonight, they might take the flyer. But you're probably looking more of a Will Howard, Kyle McCord type of player as you move into day 3.
Yeah, and you know what? In the 4th or 5th round, I kind of like Will Howard or Kyle McCord. There's enough there that, you know, I could see a guy like that potentially developing.
100%. When you look at the play style, like starting with Kyle McCord, he's very accurate in the pocket, and he has a very good arm. The problem is he is a statue back there, so it gives me pause behind the offensive line. If it's injured, he doesn't have any escapability whatsoever. Will Howard has a good arm, has processing ability. The concern is his ball placement and accuracy. You know, the receivers at Ohio State bailed him out quite a bit when you look at some of his throws. So that'll need to be worked on at the next level. Another name to be on the lookout for is Curtis Rourke from Indiana as well. This guy is just tough as a $2 steak, as I like to call it. You know, played the entire season with a torn ACL, but has the arm strength that you look for, very accurate at the ball. Kind of like Kyle McCord, doesn't really have that pocket level escapability that you look for, that mobility style. So I think if you're looking for that, you're going to want to stick with Milroe, and then after that, you're probably looking at a lot of pocket passer, old school type of passers.
Bill, now that Burden's off the board, any slot-type touch guys, guys in space, any guys left that you like that could give the Browns some easy yards on offense now that Burden's gone?
Yeah, so there is one. He didn't test very well, but it's Xavier Restrepo out of Miami. He's not. He's like Burden. He's quick, not fast. But he was absolutely reliable for Cam Ward this season at Miami. He was always there when the chains needed to be moved. Very good hands. Can get in and out of traffic very quickly. After that, there are a few guys later on day 3. Ricky White from UNLV is another one. Very kind of shifty wide receiver. Can add special teams value for you as well. And you could also look at maybe even an Isaiah Bond from Texas as well. A little bit quicker of a wide receiver. Does need some work on his hands. But right now, with Burden being off the board as far as shifty receivers, there's quite a large gap right now between Burden and the next group of shifty style receivers like that.
Who are a couple of names that you should listen out for, look for relative to the Browns' 2 picks in the 3rd round?
Yeah, so the big names I would look for is Alec Iomanner, the wide receiver from Stanford. Again, another young, very good receiver, has size, speed, very physical. Probably hands down the best run blocking wide receiver in this entire class. He is going to move people out of the way, which should endear him to this coaching staff. Harold Fannin, like we already talked about as well. A couple of names further down the board, if you're looking offensive tackle, Carson Vinson from Alabama A&M, a developmental tackle, but very violent, arrives with violence and leaves with violence and puts people on their backside. Holland Pierce as well, big body guy, 6'8", with a wingspan that blocks out the sun. Could be looking there. The other spot I would look at would be corner. There are a few names as you get further down the board. Devin Kirkwood from UCLA is a guy I like, as well as Cam Stone from Hawaii is a later day 3 selection that you could keep your eye on as a slot nickel corner type of player.
Haven't asked you yet. What do you think of the trade back from 2 to 5 and what the Browns accumulated in that trade back?
So I know it's hard to pass up a generational talent like Travis Hunter, but when you're able to get a haul that they did, they were able to pull off not only pick 5 but pick 36 and a first rounder next year. There's still some holes in Jacksonville's game. Right now they're projected probably 7 to 8 wins, so that first round pick could be in the top half of the first round. To be able to walk away from that, most times when you slide back 3 picks, you're looking. You look at the Colts and Jets trade in 2018, the Colts added on 3 second-round selections. So to be able to come away with a first-round pick for next year is an absolute great value. And still getting Mason Graham, who's my 4th overall player in this class after Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter and Ashton Genty is nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, again, it's not a sexy pick, and I get why people are kind of scratching their heads and weren't crazy about it. But I'm kind of with you. I mean, Graham was one of the guys that if he was an edge rusher that profiled like he did, people would be much more excited than a defensive tackle that profiles like he does.
Yep, absolutely. You think about putting him next to Michael Hall Jr. once he's healthy, and then you have Myles Garrett. That's 3 formidable forces. And then on the other side, you could have Ogbo if he returns, Tryon Schwesinger, who's a first-round pick that they took a flyer on. And they could still target edge later on in this draft as well to add another spot there. But that pick of Mason Graham is an absolute floor raiser for that defense, which already was pretty high to begin with.
Yeah. What about is Howard the guy you think makes the most sense for them moving forward at quarterback, or is it who is the quarterback that you think makes most sense if they take a developmental one?
If they take a developmental one, I like Kyle McCord just because his biggest issue is that escapability in the pocket. He's a classic pocket passer, but he fits what Stefanski wants to do, being able to push the ball at intermediate levels of the field and get the ball out quickly. And you can scheme around his lack of ability to maneuver in the pocket, especially if you have a good run game with Quinshon Judkins they now have. So I would take Kyle McCord. He reminds me a lot of Jared Goff when Jared Goff played at Cal, and you see a lot of the same things that he had there.
How much does Quinshon Judkins upgrade the offense, and how much upgrading does it still need?
So Quinshon Judkins definitely raises the running game as significantly. Jerome Ford's a good running back, but he's a good running back by committee. He's not your lead guy. Quinshon Judkins, you can give him the ball and be the lead guy in the bell cow back, but it still does need some upgrading. You still need to look at another pass catcher, either in the slot or on the outside. You need to look at a second tight end. You obviously need a developmental quarterback. And then you need to add at least 1 or 2 developmental offensive linemen, especially if any injuries occur or Cornelius Lucas is 34 years old. So at some point you have to plan for the future beyond him.
Bill Sparks, appreciate you dropping in and giving us some time. Great stuff as always. Thanks so much, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Bill Sparks, make sure you check him out. DraftProfessor.com as well as TWSN. Always really good and insightful stuff relative to the draft. So 2 picks were made at 33, Carson Schwesinger and then Quinshon Judkins. Brown's assistant general manager, Glenn Cook, met with the media to discuss the picks in the second round. All right, we'll get back to that in a minute. It's kind of interesting. Nobody expected Carson Schwesinger, so it's.
Well, I think Bill made a good point. It's more the position,
right,
not the player, which you and I were talking about. So it's just what they need now. The good thing is that if JOK is back, he does play that Mike. Hicks is getting older, things like that. That makes sense. But just the lack of talent in terms of what they have offensively. Ask him a question. We had the same kind of thought with Burden. After Burden, the drop-off is pretty substantial. Now, Restrepo, I agree completely. He's one of those guys, the numbers are terrible. He doesn't run well. But he's a guy who plays football. And when you're the leading receiver, all-time leading 200 receptions if you're the leading receiver at Miami, you're pretty good. And he's very quarterback-friendly, finds holes. So that might be a guy they get later. You can get him tomorrow probably just because he's tested so poorly. But they need guys with traits but more importantly, guys that can play. Potential is one thing, but you got to have some production.
All right. You see the number if you want to get involved, 330-963-7763. Let's go to the phones. Glenn in Utah joins us. Glenn, Welcome to the show. What's on your mind tonight, Glenn?
Thanks. Couple things. I found the linebacker kind of puzzling. I thought they could have gotten him later and would have liked to seen him go offense, maybe like a left offensive tackle. And I was real happy with the Judkins pick. I always liked him at the Buckeyes, and I think his style of running is going to fit in good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, the thing that we're surmising is they're concerned. We haven't gotten an update on Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, so that might explain why you bring in a pretty good player. I mean, I have no issue with Schwesinger, the player. I'm not sure linebacker was as big a need as, say, wide receiver, tackle, tight end, quarterback. Should I keep naming offensive positions, or do we get the idea here?
No, I get it. It's mostly a positional thing that I object to. I thought you could have got him later.
Yeah.
And then as far as quarterback, I kind of expect maybe, they've got two. They probably need a third. They'll pick someone maybe, in the mid-afternoon tomorrow. Just to, have a third, maybe practice squad guy or whatever.
Yeah, Kyle McCord, Will Howard are two names that have kind of floated out there relative to 4th or 5th round, which would make sense.
Yeah. And yesterday my feeling was it's kind of like you got a raise and you're going to go out on Friday night to get a lobster and steak, and then they ran out of that and gave you a vegan dish instead. And so yourself, well, that's nice and healthy, so maybe it's better. But
well, come back next year and maybe you can get the steak and lobster in the 2026 draft.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Glenn, appreciate the call. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for taking it. Bye.
All right, we'll see you. I kind of get it. It's tough. You look at this offense, and I'm just wondering, how are you going to score points?
Well, it's funny, as you were talking, Glenn, there, Terrence Ferguson went off the board, who's another guy who is a space guy, the best running tight end. So you start thinking there's a guy that would fit in terms of run after catch. I would really like the Browns to go see if they can get Harold Fannin, right? He's a guy who can run after catch, playmaker. Like you're saying, score points. Fannon's a guy who scores some points. Ferguson was that guy. Tim Beick said his ability to run really translates well to the NFL. They're going to have to make some decisions here because some of these guys that you and I have talked about all night are starting to leave the board.
Yeah, and Will Johnson, the cornerback who had the questionable knees with the medical, now goes to the Cardinals. So people keep coming off the board in that second round. All right, we had talked a little bit earlier. Glenn Cook, assistant general manager, met with the media. Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski and those guys still involved in the draft with a couple of picks ahead. But here's what Glenn Cook had to say about the second round picks.
We felt like, and I think Andrew has addressed just being really intentional about adding impact players, guys who affect the short end and long term. So we feel like we added two guys that do that. Two different stories. Quinshawn, he transferred, up here in the Buckeye County, Buckeye State. He brings the brand of football that we want. AFC North back, exceptionally strong, physical, tough, productive 3-down guy. I know Deuce was extremely excited, wanted to drive down and pick him up tonight. And then Carson, you talk about a guy who's a walk-on, and not only a walk-on, but really a one-year starter. Started 3 games into this season and just took off, and is extremely productive, extremely smart, very versatile. Kind of fits exactly what the identity we want, on defense. So for us, it was really about maximizing these picks. Obviously, I'm sure you guys will ask about trades and whatnot, and you guys know Andrew. He's going to take calls. There's opportunities on the table, but we felt like it was best to sit. So with that, I'll open it up. Yeah, I think, again, it's just, we work through the process, evaluate the players, and just really excited about his skill set and how he fits into what we want to do. Like I mentioned, he's very, very, very tough, very physical, very strong, and he just plays the brand of ball that we want. So, look, both those guys are really talented. For us, it just came down to, preference in this option. I wouldn't say it played a significant amount. It really came down to just the value of the player. And it's funny, I was thinking about it myself. given our track record, quote unquote, and what people may think we think about positional value, to walk away with a running back and a linebacker, you might be surprised. But again, it's really about maximizing the impact of the players as opposed to just, targeting positions. Go ahead. I think you take it on a case-by-case basis. You evaluate the player. There's talent all across the country. We trust our scouts to do the work. They really put a lot of work in. We can't say enough about how much time they put into going across the country, and that's just scouring every inch of this land. So I wouldn't say it's really specific to big school, small school. It's really taking it by case basis and trusting your process.
Glenn, I know you said a little bit ago just the differences between Quinshon and Travion, but was there one specific trait that separated Quinshon and Travion?
Yeah, I don't want to make it a Travion versus Quinshon. I was really answering in the question. For us, it's really just feeling good about what Quinshon brings to our offense. You obviously know what we'll probably transition to. And so just his style of ball, the way he plays, again, I want to focus mostly on him and not to make it a A versus B or comparison conversation. So I wouldn't say that's the impetus of the decision.
Glenn, with both of these kids, do you view them as guys that'll step on the field and contribute immediately?
Well, these guys all develop at different paces. Like I said, it's a little bit about making sure we impact the long term just as much as the short term. So, I can't tell you if we won't withhold their opportunity to step on the field if they're ready. So really, it'll just come down to how they progress, and we're not going to put pressure on them to show up day one and be excellent. It's really about the long term focus. But of course, if they come in and Quinshon can carry it 30 times, we're not going to prevent him from touching the football. So.
I know your linebackers can have to play every position. Do you see Schwesinger filling a specific role immediately?
We'll see. Kind of similar to that. I think if you were to ask what the vision potentially could be, he's a really smart kid, exceptionally great football IQ. I have no questions about his ability to be the green dot if that's what we need from him. Really it's up to Coach Schwartz and Tarv and their group to figure out where to best deploy him and kind of get the best three on the field. Obviously, we still have Jordan, who's a strong vet for our team, a really great leader. So really it's about getting the best combo out there, Tony. So if it's him playing Sam, Will, coming in a nickel, whatever we need him to do, he's got a ton of versatility. That's probably what excited us about him. So that's probably how we'll approach him.
Quinshon chose to transfer and stay in school rather than come out last year. Is his evaluation different at all?
In terms of,
he produced in the SEC, but then he went and played in a totally different offense. So
yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I think it's a credit to him that he could have come out. He put up some really big numbers at Ole Miss. And honestly, came and shared carries, with another really good player. So credit to him for being a part of that, and obviously probably wanted to win too, and they had a really great team. So it only added to the positives about him as opposed to anything else.
It's a transfer portal. It's a general question here.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make it more challenging to scout these guys?
I think it does add a different dynamic, right? Because I don't, and I'm not that old, but if you say back in the day, most kids stayed at their school for 3 years at minimum, and the people that they were around every day really got to ingratiate themselves into who this individual was. Saw the progression from freshman year to junior year, potentially senior year, and now you're possibly having a guy who's transferred twice, and not for any other reason than maybe NIL, right? So it's put a little bit of a different weight on our scouts and people who reach out and do diligence on the individuals and trying to really piece together who we think they are, because now you're kind of mapping across different terrains as it relates to the individual, because he's only been a place maybe sometimes not even a full season or a full year. So it does add a different element, but, we've worked through it. I think all teams have probably faced a similar challenge, and we've probably had to learn a little bit from some other sports in terms of how they've approached potentially like the 1 year thing in the NBA and whatnot. So it has presented an interesting element, but nothing that I don't think we've been able to maneuver.
With Carson, with his trajectory from, being a starter last year and just the amount of workload he's taken on, how does that shape the scouting that you do from him with that increased workload and just kind of like that last season for him?
Can you elaborate more when you say like increased workload? Are you referring to like him playing more?
Him playing more and just the evaluation of him as a player in general.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique evaluation. It's really, call it 9 full plus games because he didn't start off the season. But when you have a guy like him who just produce, if you look at the production raw and somewhat more advanced, like he was just so productive even in his opportunities, there is potentially even more meat on the bone in terms of his development. We're excited about that. He's 22 years old. He's probably got some room to grow, and there's obviously still things he can improve at, but ultimately what he did show made us really excited about what he could do for our defense.
Just two things with Schwesinger. Glenn, how much does his value on special teams, because he played that a lot his first couple years at UCLA, kind of up his value? And it seems like he's a high IQ player too, with the ability to read and react quickly.
So, yeah, like I said, really, really smart. Like I said, I don't think we will have any concerns about his ability to pick up a playbook and potentially direct a defense or just play multiple roles if we need him to. And yeah, when you think about the changes to the kickoff and probably seeing more of those plays, and just I think having more guys who can do more things and be core players on special teams, especially at a position like his, your backers, if they're not on the field on defense, you definitely would love to have them be a part of your core. He's definitely got all the makeup, the physical talent to do that as well.
With Quinshon, what allowed him to be so productive from a scoring standpoint? I think it was 45 touchdowns, and then do you see him as a guy that can be on the field for all 3 downs?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of a utilization thing. I mean, he's so big, he's so strong. You think about when you get down to the goal line, the field shrinks, and you want a guy who can honestly just power through tackles and change the line of scrimmage on his own. Sometimes you just can't block it perfectly. The defense tries to tighten up. So I think that's a component to it. And also, he's just really talented. Like you talk about a kid who's 5'11", 220, squats over 600 pounds, runs under 4.5. So there's just, honestly, he's just a very gifted individual. I can't really tell you how he does it all the time, So, like, I think that's just things that we're excited about. Like I said, you guys know we're playing in a division where there's some really good defenses that we're going to face, and their mantra is to stop the run game and get after the quarterback. So when you can have someone who can be just as physical as the guys he's going against, it only helps.
Glenn, with Quinshon again, what about his ability to catch passes out of the backfield and get involved in that aspect of the game? What did you guys see in that, and what do you envision?
Yeah, I think we envision him probably having to develop a little bit in that area, but more so just given the opportunities he had. He's definitely capable of catching the football. Bridges out to catch. She's just not been used much in that phase. So, look, none of these guys that we draft are ready-made, complete, I should say, players. And so that's probably one area he has developed, but we definitely saw the potential and the ability to do so. So that will only add to his ability to help us on all 3 downs.
So, Glenn, your top 2 picks are defense, and they're pretty premeditated. We know the trade started two weeks ago to trade down, and now you had all night to meditate on this pick. So how do you explain to people with the worst offense in the league last year that you went defense?
Yeah, I think, Tony, like I mentioned, it's about really making sure we maximize the impact to the team, and I understand your question, but, we felt like these 2 guys, in terms of our long-term goal to build a competitive team consistently, were the best choices, So I think, look, we still have 2 picks today, 4 picks in day 3. There's still opportunities, there's still players to select on both sides of the ball that will help us, be better and contribute and produce. So I wouldn't say just because we took, 2 defensive players today that we're not going to, try to target players on the other side of the ball, or, that we're not aware of, some potential things we need to add to our team. I would just put it that way.
Nickel. 80.
So, again, Glenn Cook talking about those 2 draft picks in the second round. Again, linebacker, not something that I was thinking, and a running back I like. Let's head back to the phone lines. Phil in St. Clairsville joins us. Phil, appreciate the call. What's on your mind tonight, Phil?
Hey, Dave, just for the record, I graduated from Solon, so definitely got those Cleveland ties.
All right, I love it.
Hey, I think we need to go grab Will Howard with our next pick. We got to beat Pittsburgh to the punch.
Hey.
And get him wrapped up and use it. He'll be our developmental guy. I still believe next year is when we're going to take our number 1 guy, but maybe Will force us to change our plans on that.
Well,
then with our 3rd pick, I think you're going to like this.
All right.
Another running back.
All right.
Cam Scattaboo.
I'm okay with that one. Phil,
let's get that Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb look again.
We need I think we need another wide receiver. I think you might be able to get Will Howard in the 4th round. I'm thinking.
Oh, it could be. I'd like that Restrepo guy for
Miami
tomorrow.
Yeah,
because we definitely need a slot guy. I think we got our outside guys, providing Tillman still, his health is where it should be, and he keeps improving.
That concerns me though. The concussion
kept
kept him out like 6 or 7 games, which that always concerns me.
Yeah, I know we have a certain cornerback that has a little bit of issues with that, but boy, he played well last year.
Yeah, and when he's on the field, I love him.
Oh, I know, no doubt about it. I'll tell you, just for a little teaser, tomorrow, pick number 4, and I haven't heard his name out there yet. Have you heard of offensive tackle guard Wyatt Millam from West Virginia?
Yep.
I'm down here in that corner of the state near West Virginia. They sure love him down here. He's nasty, powerful guy, and probably could be a starter after we lose most of our line at the end of the year. So just a guy I'd like to hear you talk about.
Yeah, Lance, go ahead. I know you've done some work on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Wyatt's a guy who can play both tackle and guard. His number 1 trait, he's going to have to work a little bit on pass protection, but he does fit the role of a Wyatt Teller, Batonio. He is a mauler in the run game. He also has that attitude if the Browns are going to go back to that run game that they like. So yeah, Wyatt Millam's a guy I had early in my process as a guy that not only is a good player but fits the Browns scheme.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, if he could play like a Teller or even a Batonio, who's, Hall of Fame material, be a steal if we can get him, that first pick tomorrow and shore up the depth and help with the future of that line, too.
I'm with you. How surprised were you with the linebacker first pick in the 2nd round?
That was a little bit of a shocker, but I did hear through the grapevine, for what it's worth on the channels, that he was really rising on the people's draft boards, that he really had a great combine and so on and so forth, that he was really rising. So I guess the Browns feel like JOK may not be ready at the beginning of the season. And he may be a 10-year guy. You just never know.
Yep, I'm with you. Phil, as always, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks.
All right, have a good one. Elijah Arroyo, drafted by the Seahawks, so he comes off the board as well.
Yeah, guys who really can impact in terms of the tight ends who are really flex tight ends who can be inline motion. You're going to see Arroyo here. Arroyo does a lot of different stuff in the pass game. Really good with Cam Ward. You're going to see him here in the slot is where he works. So you're going to see him here. Works in the middle of the field. Big body guy. Little screen. They run a bunch of stuff with him. So he does receiver screens. He puts his hand on the ground. Very reliable in the red zone. Big target, long arms, big hands. Very reliable. Cam Ward was a really good player, but he had some really good weapons at Miami. Arroyo was one of those guys, and Arroyo's a guy who ran really well. Not only did he have a good season, but the post, his combine and his pro day, he kind of flew up the board. Really athletic guy. He's going to have to work on his inline blocking, but that'll come because he's a big physical kid. A guy that I thought would be really good for the Browns.
Yeah, and kind of that playmaker type.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see he makes a lot of run after catch. I have him as he's next. He's my second to Harold Fannin in terms of once he catches it, what he does with it. And you can see he high points the ball very well. He's got a lot of receivers type skills, which in the Browns offense is important because Kevin likes to get in that 12 personnel and spread it out. In Arroyo, you can see he's out. That's a hitch. He catches and turns it upfield and gets a good gain. So those are mismatches that tight ends like Arroyo create. You get him against a linebacker, you get him against a safety. He's too big for safeties, too fast for linebackers. Would have been a very good fit in the Browns offense. Will be a great fit for Seattle.
Yep, it's again I would assume that they find a tight end to add to that tight end room with David Njoku without question. Also another a young Texas A&M edge rusher Nick Scorton comes off of the board. He was the 51st pick.
Well, about 2 months ago, talking with Dan Labby, he was telling me, have you watched the Texas A&M front? The Texas A&M front, there's 4 or 5 guys up there. They're all going to play on Sunday. Shocking, they weren't even better than they were. Nick Scorton's a guy, when you see him on film, he is a guy who's explosive. He's a guy that I thought maybe the Browns would be after if they were thinking edge. He's a guy who's position flexible, can play down at the 3 technique if needed. Schwartz likes to create those matchups. It's really not, with Schwartz, it's not always a D tackle, it's just D line, right? You got to be able to, you got to be flexible, you got to be able to pass rush. Nick Scorton was part of a really good defensive line at Texas A&M.
So the tight ends are coming off the board, and there's still another 16 picks before you get to the Browns. I believe it's 67. So who's still? You still have Fannin.
Well, you got Harold Fannin, you got Gunnar Helm. Now Texas. Gunnar Helm, you have a lot of respect because I was shocked how poorly he ran, but obviously, like Tim said, he sprained his ankle. He is another guy. Big, huge target, red zone target right away. He can play inline a little bit more than the rest of these guys. He's more of a traditional tight end because of his size, but he's a guy he's really, really talented. So I would say the two that they would really look at now would be Fannin and Gunnar Helm. Arroyo's gone, Taylor's gone, Ferguson's gone. They're going to have to jump on one of these guys if they can. They might be thinking about trading back up because I won't say the drop-off is tremendous. There's Luke Lachey, there's some other guys, but not at the talent of these first-level guys.
So one of your guys goes to the Titans with the next pick in the draft. Oladejo, who I know you liked, an edge rusher, was a teammate of Carson Schwesinger, who the Browns took.
Well, this is an interesting pick. So Oluwafemi Oladejo, he started at Cal. He was a linebacker, so he's a stand-up linebacker. Then he goes to UCLA, and they put him on edge, and he has just a tremendous year. So he's a guy, in terms of why I thought the Browns would love him, because he can stand up and he can put his hand on the ground. And those who have ever played football, you know what a difference that is when your hand's on the ground or you're standing up as a linebacker. He did both. So he played linebacker at Cal, was made a ton of tackles. Then he played a true edge at UCLA. He's 6'3", he's 260 pounds. He's a guy who can run. Really good pick. He was a guy I thought would be around day 3 just because, where were you going to put him? He's a guy. He's a little bit of a developmental guy, but what a talent he is. Fun to watch on film. It would have been a great fit again because he's so position flexible.
All right, so let's sit here and take a look at what has transpired here in the second round. The Browns started things off and surprised us, certainly, with the pick of Carson Schwesinger, linebacker from UCLA. Texans trade in and get Jaden Higgins from Iowa State, a wide receiver. And Amorwe, the safety from South Carolina, goes to the Seahawks. The Browns then take Quinshon Judkins. Then guard goes to the Cardinals. Henderson goes to the Patriots. Luther Burden goes to the Bears. Tyler Shuck, the quarterback, taken by the Saints. T.J. Sanders to the Bills. Mason Taylor, there's one of those tight ends, goes to the Jets. Alfred Collins, the D tackle, goes to the 49ers. Another edge rusher to the Cowboys. Tuamalo, edge rusher from Ohio State, to the Colts. Tight end, there's another tight end as Ferguson goes to the Rams. Will Johnson, the cornerback, who was rated really high and had medicals with a knee, goes to the Cardinals at 47. Ursery, the offensive tackle from Minnesota, goes to the Houston Texans. You see Knight, told you went to the Bengals. Arroyo, another tight end, off the board to the Seahawks. Scorton, goes to the Panthers, and then Oladejo to the Titans. So that kind of brings you up to date where we are in the second round. A lot of tight ends going. The good news is there's still some wide receivers that we kind of feel like you need a wide receiver, you need a tight end if you're the Browns.
Well, the thing that's going to be interesting is where are they going to go with receiver, because they want to go more 12 personnel. So they have those outside guys. If they seem like they're pretty high on Tillman. Obviously, Jerry Jeudy had a great year last year, so he's set. Tillman would still be a question mark. If they think Tillman's not a guy, then you go get the kid from Stanford. You can maybe get an outside guy. But going into the day, you're thinking they need a slot guy. So do you wait now and go maybe Restrepo later on, who will be around because his testing was so poor, but he's a really good football player, and there's something to be said about that. Or do they go maybe a Devin Neal at running back who can play in the slot, catch the ball out of the backfield? Who's the best guy at running back, receiver that can make plays, right? And that's kind of, is it, Giddens out of Kansas. There's some guys out there who can get the ball in space. They still need a space guy, however that may be, and that's just something they don't have, and they're going to have to figure that out moving forward.
The other thing that I keep coming back to this, and it's not a lock certain by any stretch of the imagination that Joe Flacco is going to be the quarterback. That's going to be an open competition, and there's more than a few people that think Kenny Pickett may win that open competition with Joe Flacco. Does Elijah Moore enter into that thought process? He's still out there, and I'm guessing if he's still out there, it's not going to cost a lot of money.
Well, I would say this for me, and this is just a coach view. When you go watch him practice, really like watching Elijah Moore practice. So always out there early, doesn't say a word, constantly he's first in line. So he's a guy that you, as a coach, you really liked. And then you see him run routes, and I just think he's kind of an outlier because he's got outside skills, but with a slot body, if that makes any sense. He's shorter, he's quicker than he is fast, but he's a guy, I think, again, so maybe Jeudy can go inside, because Judy's kind of more of a touch guy. So if they don't think they can get a guy that fits their mold, then yeah, I think for me right now, Elijah Moore is better than anybody who's left.
Right.
So that would, if you're asking me, I would keep Elijah Moore and move Jeudy inside if that's the route you want to go.
What about the Stanford kid outside and move Jeudy inside? Because that's a big body, and there are some that think, the catch radius and all that with him, he could end up being it's Alec Aomeyer.
Aomeyer, yeah.
He could end up being a pretty good player.
Well, he looks like Tillman, right? He's a big physical kid, long, probably maybe a little faster, but he has that skill set. He has that ability to go get the ball. Great catch radius, really good route runner. He can play inside even though he's a big body. But yeah, there's another guy. If you're not going to stick with Elijah Moore, I still think the rebuilding thing is not in the NFL. It should never be a rebuild. It should be a retool, right? And that's what everybody's talking about. Oh, they're looking towards 26. Well, you don't get to as a coach, you don't get to do that. So for me, if you think Elijah Moore's better than that kid, you stick with Elijah Moore, and then you go get another running back who you think can make some plays for you, or you go get the safety and make that defense even better because you decided that you weren't going to get burdened. There's a route they got to go. They got to get some tight ends. They need some bodies. They don't have bodies. They went away from it, and they got rid of those guys, and now they need bodies and they need talented guys in there at the tight end position.
So the Buccaneers made the next pick. It was Benjamin Moore, cornerback from Notre Dame. So the second round, moving through the second round at a pretty good clip here. Browns will have the pick number 67, and then they have one in the 90s as well. So they have two in the third. I don't think they're going to try to trade up because at this point they just haven't given any indication that they would.
So if I'm the Browns right now, I have three guys. Two will make us happy, one won't, but that's just how the board.
We haven't been happy pretty
so
much all draft.
I think Jalen Royals is a great talent. He can play in that slot. I think obviously Xavier Restrepo you can get tomorrow, so I'm not going to include him. And then Jack Beick, a kid out of TCU. Yep. He's an interesting guy because of his body type, right? He's a tight end kind of receiver, tight end, long. But the Browns do like to block with those receivers, so there's something to be said about that. So Jack Beick might be a guy. And then I would go, if they're sticking defense, the guy who's high on my board, I have two of them. I have Xavier Watts and
safety from Notre Dame.
And then a guy that I think Mukuba from Texas, another guy that could be those two one high hat guys, two guys that could be the one high hat guy that are higher than I have some of the other positions. So are they going with guys who now that are high on their board or positions of need. There's a fine line, because I've always heard people say you got to take the best players, but yeah, you can't have too many of your best players at one position though, right? So you gotta go out and get some skill guys. You know, Devin Neal's a guy does a lot of really good things at Kansas. Trey Harris, going back, he would be a guy that fit. Yeah, he would be a guy outside that I really like. I still think Fannin. Now you and I have talked about these playmakers. Fannin's a playmaker. So maybe that's a guy they go get. That would be a guy that would be, he's a run after catch guy. You know, Wyatt Millam, our caller, he could be a guard in there.
Well, Bill mentioned Fannin. Fannin, again, 20 years old, and he's absolutely right. You know, the things that he said about Fannin were the exact same things heard about David Njoku. He's young, he's kind of raw.
Yeah.
He doesn't do this well. He can't block, but he's willing. Those are exact traits that they identified in David Njoku, and he developed. The question is, can he stay on the field?
Yeah, and the thing about Fannin is that he's a guy who had 117 catches.
Right.
And some of his best games, if you watch the Texas A&M game, he runs away from a really talented defense in Texas A&M. So he not only played well in the MAC, but he played well against when they played outside the MAC. And he's a guy, once again, he's best with the ball in his hands. And the Browns, if they get in that personnel, but he can, you know, if you think about what the Browns do offensively, they flex that tight end a lot. He can block down on pin and pull. He doesn't have to be a true tight end. Now, if that's the case, you get a Harold Fannin, and then in the 6th or 7th round, you go get Luke Lachey, who can put his hand on the ground. Now you got that guy who can put his hand on the ground, right? So you get Fannin because of his skill set, and then maybe you get that tight end who's a traditional tight end next to the tackle in the later rounds, because there are some of those guys left as well.
Lance Reisland and I can step aside, take a quick timeout. 330-963-7763. 330-963-7763. If you want to get involved in the show, we're going to step aside, take a quick timeout. The draft night edition of Sports4CLE. I'll be right back. Stay with us.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, you know, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million? New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Greater Cleveland Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the star athletes and notable sports figures who were born or have made their home in Greater Cleveland. It tells the story of discipline, commitment, perseverance, sportsmanship, and excellence in achievement. It encourages and inspires those who believe in sport and its direct impact on the well-being of our community. Go to clevelandsportshall.com or follow us on Twitter at GCLE Sports HOF for more details.
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free.
I am powerful beyond my wildest imagination.
I will define my future.
I will keep challenging myself to improve.
Because I am a future leader of this great nation.
I will be responsible for raising a beautiful family.
And educating not only my generation, but many more to come.
I will make a difference in my community.
And I will stand up for what I believe in.
I will not settle for simply chasing my dreams, I will achieve them.
because I was given a chance.
An opportunity.
A home.
At Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
The ultimate leadership experience.
FCCLA has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
It's made me who I am today.
Join us. We'll build a new future together.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, you know, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million. New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
Carson, how we doing, buddy? I'm doing well. I tell you what, your story and your football journey is incredible, and we can't wait for you to continue it here in Cleveland. You're a perfect fit for everything that we want to stand for. Your competitive personality on the field, what you're made of off the field. Can't wait to get you out here and get started. Congratulations.
Yo, Carson.
Coach, how you doing?
I'm great. You ready to roll, man?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you're a Cleveland Brown, dude.
Yes, sir.
We can't wait to get you out here. hey, they're pretty excited. We're pretty excited too, man. Like AB said, you fit who we are. You fit what we do. Okay, and we're gonna get you on board. All right. So congratulations.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What's up, man? hey, we're bringing Bruins east now. Let's go. Okay. So we talked about this when we saw you at the combine. All right, we got to set the tempo now. We need you to be the nerve center. We need you to be the director of physicality. All right, just like you were. Okay. I'm excited to see you. I'm excited, man. Enjoy it. We'll see you soon. I'm gonna hand you Coach Schwartz.
All right.
Carson, congratulations.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to clean that hair up before you get back. Hey, enjoy this moment, man. Fantastic. Can't wait to get to work. All right, see you soon.
All right, Browns coaching staff informing Carson Schwesinger that he was the first pick in the second round, Browns' second pick of the draft.
You know, going back to what we were talking about earlier is that, you know, the one thing that's consistent with these picks right now is toughness, right? And maybe that's the Browns, you know, a lot of people have questions how tough they are and getting off to bad starts and their, you know, how they practice with their physicality. These three, you know, the guys they got now are physical guys, and maybe that's the route they're going. They've said they have to get tougher. Maybe they said they have to get tougher through the middle with the run game, stopping the run. So right now, it's still, you know, obviously, we're saying it over and over, but you're never wrong. Taking the middle guys are always going to help you win. Yep. They just got to figure out what they're going to do in terms of offensive production, because no matter how well this defense cannot score 15 points and be successful.
Right.
And that's where they're headed. So there's some guys out there. There's some tight ends. There's some things they can do, but they got to make sure that they address those needs quickly.
Well, and again, listen to what Jim Schwartz said. I need you to be the director of physicality. It's pretty obvious. They are looking to be more physical. You go back to Kevin Stefanski's style of offense. You go and you get a guy that's 315 pounds and a former wrestler that plays defensive tackle, and now you get a linebacker who, you know, likes to get to the ball. Yeah, and then you got in the running back you picked is a hard-nosed guy who, you know,
Henderson versus Judkins is going to be, kind of the thought process. And I'll be really honest with you, for where the Browns are at right now, Judkins does make sense to me. And here's why. His ability to get, if you think about what we talked about yesterday with these backs, there's backs that give you home runs and there's backs that give you singles. And what singles give you is the ability to do what you want to do on second down. And there's where defenses create turnovers. There's where defense creates sacks. When they know a team has to pass is when they dominate. So the Browns have said, we're going to get to 2nd and 6. So whoever our quarterback is, it'll give them at least a better chance.
Well, and the thing with a running back like Judkins, the Browns' offensive line, we know those guys. They're gonna love a guy like that. That's, you mentioned too. It's like Nick Chubb. It's like morphing Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt together.
Well, yeah, and the thing that's going to improve right away, right, is the run game is going to improve right away because if they've made this connection, this commitment to physicality, they're going back to what they do well. The weak side zone, the counter, the power. For years we saw Batonio and Teller getting out in front. Didn't see that last year. And they're going to go back to that, and that's what those guys do well. So there's going to be improvement in the offensive line. Tackles got to play better. Those interior guys will play better. Once again, 2nd 6 gives them a fighting chance.
So the Bears have taken an offensive tackle, Ozzie Trapillo from
BC.
Boston College. Yeah, a guy that was on the Browns' radar relative to mock drafts and all that stuff around this time. 2nd, 3rd round.
Yeah, big physical kid out of BC. Feet are okay, but once again, kind of that BC mantra, right? Physical guy, big long arms. I really liked him on film. He's a guy that kind of grows on you after you watch him. He very intelligent, understands blitzes, understands fronts. He'll be a really good pro. It might not be right away, but he'll be a really good pro. I think his best trait is that he's really nasty. Him and the Wyatt Millum kid from West Virginia are about as nasty when they want to run block as they're in this draft.
The good news is it's kind of slowed down a little bit with wide receivers coming back around to the Browns here. I think about 10 picks from where they're going to pick at 67. And now that the Lions and Broncos have made a trade, so Lions hopping in.
Well, if I'm the Browns right now, and once again, I am not, and that has been proven tonight, if I'm the Browns brain trust, but I got to think the tight end is the really where you got to go right now. You can't have a draft with such a deep tight end class. You're a team that's going back to 12 and 13 personnel, and you don't take one of the top guys. That doesn't make a lot of sense, and I think they will. I think they're either going to go after Fannin here, or they're going to go late round. But Fannin and Gunnar Helm are two guys that make a lot of sense here.
So continuing with the end of the 2nd round and into the 3rd, at this point, how surprised would you be if the Browns take a quarterback with one of those 2 picks in the 3rd?
I would be very shocked because not taking a quarterback to this point. How much do you feel? And now that I'm actually on the Milroe train, because Milroe, at least if you're saying if Milroe can get to a 10, maybe he's at a 3 or 4 right now, or whatever it may be, whatever your scouting process is. So you might be able to develop him. Some of those other guys, those are guys like Tyler Shuck, I think, is the guy who can play right now. So is he a guy that you develop? He has the upside. So now as you get later in maybe, but you still need tight ends. You still need running backs. You still need receivers. So I don't know if this is not your guy and he's not the guy who's going to win it for you, then you got to go with those other guys and maybe get a developmental arm.
Come back to go forward.
Arm you can get in free agency. And, I don't know if you I think they have to maximize all these picks.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about playmakers. They've got one so far. Judkins. I like him. But I need 3 more.
But in terms of actual explosive playmakers, he's not even that guy.
No.
He can do those things, and you saw him break away. But what his strength is going to be is that Kareem Hunt, that Murray. I thought Bill had a great comp with Murray. Very physical, always leaning forward. Something to be said about always not taking negative yards. That's one of the things that Ford really struggles with, right? He hits a home run or 2nd 10. So my thing with Judkins is that it's boring, but at least he's going to lean forward and get you to where you need to get to on 2nd down. Because where the Browns will really get in trouble is if they're in 2nd, 3rd, and 10, and you have a questionable receiving core, offensive line that likes to run block, and a quarterback who's not not in the top echelon of the league, you're asking for turnovers, because that's when defenses. If you watch an NFL game, first down that looks like normal, second down, you get in those long yardage situations. You get everybody standing up and everybody trying to create turnovers. So they got to stay out of those. With them not attacking offense, they got to stay out of those long yardage situations.
So the Lions took Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia, with the pick as they traded in. You see the phone number, 330-963-7763, 330-963-7763. We are taking phone calls tonight. Is there a wide receiver? Is it still Royals for you?
Yeah, for right now, just for actually.
What do you like about him? What is it about him?
He's a slot guy, but he's a little bit bigger, right? So he can take that punishment inside. He can work against linebackers. He can work against safeties. He can run those fly sweeps, those jet sweeps. He can be a motion guy. Stefanski hasn't used a lot of motion, but I think he understands the importance of motion, and that's not totally a Judy thing. Tillman's definitely not a motion guy. So Royals can give you the motion, the movement, and like I said, at 200-plus pounds, he's got a little bit more girth to him, so he can take that pounding in the slot, which you get on those crossing routes and things like that. And most importantly, why I like him, he's a run-after-catch guy. That would be, if you're saying what sells me on him, it'd be Browns don't have any run-after-catch guy. Him and Fan are the two guys left that really can run after catch.
So, assuming it's back to Kevin Stefanski's style of offense, is Judkins a guy that can be a threat? Play action, you dump it to him as well?
Oh yeah, he's a natural. He's a guy who plucks it out. The ball doesn't get to him. He takes the ball, which is important. So if you see a guy catch it with his body, he's usually not comfortable. Judkins is a guy who he's a great athlete. So yeah, he can catch the ball. He didn't do it a ton at Ohio State, but he's a guy who can catch the ball, can run the screens. Obviously, Stefanski's a huge screen guy. He runs a lot of screens off play action run. So yeah, he'll be very good at that as well.
So one of the guys we talked about a little bit, Jack Beick, is being drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders. We're 2/3 of the way through the second round. Shadur Sanders is still on the board.
Which is interesting, right? And
yeah.
First about Beick is that I love his skill set. It's different. He's a unicorn. We talk about, obviously he's not the talent of Hunter, but you're talking about a guy who's kind of got a receiver build, tight end build, can play inside, can play outside. He is an immediate red zone threat, which in the NFL that's a huge thing. So you're going to see him here. He does a really nice job of getting in the seams and being really, really long. He's got a huge catch radius. Again, a guy that probably could have been like a tight end kind of hybrid for the Browns. Again, a guy pretty good run after catch. He's bigger. I think he's a guy who will thin out a little bit and play receiver, but more likely because of his speed, he'll be a guy who throws on 10 or 15 pounds, and now he's that flex tight end. Super athletic, great hands, great catch radius, great spatial awareness. He's a mismatch right there in the slot. That's a classic slant by number 2, which makes you have to beat a safety. So. Again, a guy I thought would be a really good fit for that hybrid tight end that Kevin Stefanski likes to have on the field. Interesting. Some of these elite athletes are coming off the board.
Yeah, and they're getting the ball to him in space and letting him kind of do that. And here pretty good catch.
He's just a really good athlete. He's a guy that you can do a bunch of different things with. I like those guys who kind of are positionless, because then you can do certain things with them, especially if you face a team that has if you face the Browns, well, obviously you're not going to have him block Myles Garrett. He's a receiver, bigger receiver. But if Obo's over there, you might have him block back on him. There's certain things you can do within a game plan. So really talented guy.
So Beick off the board. That's still Royals sitting there. So he stays. Alo Meyer, the bigger guy from Stanford, still there as well. I can't imagine the Browns going running back again, but
Noel possibly out of Iowa State's another guy. He has he has some slot ability. He's a really good football player too. I like all Iowa State kids. I think Coach does a great job there. So, but of all those guys we talked about, the two guys that give you the ability to run after catch are Royals and Fannin at the tight end.
So Ravens now on the clock. It'll be interesting to see. We talked about this last night. It always seems like they end up picking guys that fit right into their scheme and are productive pretty much immediately.
Well, that was Ratledge actually. I was looking at the board and I thought Ratledge would be a guy they like because he is Wyatt Teller. He's a killer in there. They do draft. When you talk about teams that draft to who they are and what their mentality are, and they don't care what anybody says, it'd be the Steelers and the Ravens. And the Ravens, they get physical guys.
Yeah, and again, the interesting thing is going to be how long does Shedeur Sanders stay on the board?
Yeah, you were saying that. So going back to Shedeur Sanders, so two things happened. One is he must have rubbed people wrong in meetings. Now, you and I have talked about it. I don't understand that. And a lot of things that people have said about what Shedeur Sanders' issues are, he's a kid. Kids play video games. Kids do TikTok.
Right.
Kids do those things. That's what kids do. And I think sometimes you forget he's a kid. And so for me, all I know is, does he show up on time for practice? Does he work hard at practice? Does he do anything outside of the game that's going to affect him with the law or his health or anything like that? It doesn't seem like it is.
And the other thing is, how do his teammates respond to him?
Yeah.
It seems by all accounts.
Sure.
Liked him. And how does he take coaching?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing if your dad is Deion Sanders and he's been your coach,
yeah,
whomever your coach is going to be is probably not going to be as hard on you as Deion Sanders, your dad, was.
Well, when you look on film, you see his footwork. You see him in the pocket. He played for, what's his name? Pat Shurmur. So he did a lot of high lows. He did a lot of NFL-type concepts, two-call plays and things like that. So he's done a lot of really good things. This seems like it's more, has to deal with the person than the player, in my opinion. Now, what that means, I don't know. But as a football player, I had him number one on my board because of the fact, through the Browns, especially through the Browns lens, because of his ability to throw within structure.
Again, there's some thought that the Steelers have to be coming up here because I know they didn't have a second-round pick. They do have a third-round pick. There was some thought they might take him in the first round at 21. If he's still on the board there at whatever it is in the third round, I would imagine, because Mike Tomlin said they didn't have any issues with him. And we haven't heard that about a number of teams.
Well, what scares you about it, once, Shedeur Sanders, you know what you're getting, right? And I always use it as a grading scale. And so Shedeur Sanders might be a B+, but he's always going to be a B+. He may never get to an A, probably won't get to an F. What you would hate is for the Steelers to go out and get Milroe, and then Milroe's at A, because Milroe could be an A, probably will be an A, or probably will be an F. With that skill set and how he develops. And Mike Tomlin has a fantastic ability to nurture these kids and get the best out of them. So there's a place a guy like Jay Milroe goes and he thrives because he's with support, and so for me, I would say Milroe over Sanders, but both guys will probably be available.
Well, and the flip side of it is, though, if your starter is Aaron Rodgers. Now, you do have Mason Rudolph, so I guess you have a backup plan. You got to have someone that's reasonably like if I'm taking Jalen Milroe, my goal is for him to not see the field until he's 100. I would love to not let him play at all his rookie season.
Well, and you're right. And Sanders is the most NFL ready. So he can give you, because of Pat Shurmur, he understands concepts. He understands the NFL concepts, multiple level reads, multiple play calls. So playing for Pat Shurmur will definitely give him an advantage. And, obviously and the other thing is, we've talked about the other aspects that affect young people when they make a lot of money. This guy's had money his whole life,
right.
So he's been around the mayhem that he's about to go into in the NFL with the media. So that's an advantage for that young kid. He understands that can handle that stuff, and that won't bother him. And that's part of being quarterback that hurts a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah, it makes it, again, I bring up Shedeur Sanders because I don't understand it, and I'm not in any way advocating for the Browns to take him. I just don't understand how he goes as far down the second round as he has.
Well, I always refer to my father when it comes to building relationships, and you have to meet kids where they're at. And you said it best. If it's not, you don't have to like what kids do, but if they on time for practice, they're good teammates, they don't do anything, they don't get in trouble. You've never heard anything about him in trouble or anything like that. You might not like his personality. You're not hanging out with him. He's the quarterback of your, there's a different way to look at it. So I don't know. I try to keep my focus on the film, and on the film tells me he's going to be a pretty good NFL quarterback.
Yeah, and again, it'll be interesting to see where, in fact, he ends up. Remember, back at the beginning of the combine, it was Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, kind of 1-1A.
Yeah, well, my first mock, right when the season ended, my first mock, I had Sanders as my number 1 quarterback, and I had him going to the Browns. So it's kind of come full circle. When they got Flacco, I moved on to Hunter, and then obviously if they trade down, I thought it would be Campbell or Graham. So it's kind of worked out in that aspect. I'm not sure what the slide is. I'm sure we'll find out soon.
Yeah, again, we'll figure that out as well. And there are some reports, not confirmed yet, that the Ravens are going to take Mike Green. That's the guy, the edge rusher, led FBS in sacks for Marshall, had some off-the-field issues. And the Ravens have dealt with that and had some success.
Well, as much as you like Abdul Carter, and rightfully so, there is not that much of a separation between Mike Green. And once again, off-the-field stuff, but you're talking about a guy who had 17 sacks last year. If you have any question of where he played because he had Marshall, watch the Ohio State game. Watch him against really, really good NFL tackles. He's absolutely relentless. His whole slide has been, like you said, off-the-field stuff. Now, the Ravens have had great success, but we just said the Ravens draft nasty, edgy kind of guys. There's no one nastier in this draft than Mike Green. He's a guy. He probably, he's a guy that will come in and play right away. But he's a Raven through and through.
Well, and the other thing is the off the field stuff. If you're taking him midway to late second round, much different than first round.
Well,
much different risk.
In the off the field stuff for me is what is it, right? Is it stuff that kids do? Is it you're a knucklehead kid or are you a criminal? Because most of the stuff that I hear a lot of times, it's just kids being goofy and they're in college and you'd hope no one would judge you when you're in college, right? So it's like, so that's what I see a lot of these guys, they make, they get caught with Baker Mayfield was drinking. Well, he's a college kid, he was drinking. It wasn't, I don't want to say, it's not right by me, but it's not a criminal act. Some of the other things, those worry you. The knucklehead stuff doesn't worry me. They'll grow out of that.
Right, and keep in mind, when we were in college, if there was social media, there were some things that I wouldn't have wanted to.
Absolutely, probably wouldn't be sitting here with you today.
Exactly,
absolutely.
And it is Mike Green who is going to be drafted by the Ravens. So again, we've said this. It always seems like you go back and you look at a draft, and it's like, how did the Ravens get that guy there? And that we may be looking back in 2 years and saying the same thing about Mike Green right now.
Yeah, I would say this is. Right now in this draft, through almost 2 rounds, this is the steal of the draft. And now, obviously, it could be the other way. Like you said, off the field stuff could cause him not to play. But in terms of production and skill set, just watch the film. You see him coming off the edge. He's relentless in what he does. And the Virginia Tech game, he was just all over the field, both run and pass. Play inside, play outside. He just fits that mold. And with the Ravens being in that odd front, he can play that end, but he can also play a stand-up backer, very position flexible again. Again, a guy, 2 years from now, you go, how did the Ravens get that guy?
How did they get that guy there? There are a number of those the last 5 years.
Yep, and it's the toughness, it's the edge, right? And if you can get, you hate to say this, but football is not soft. It's collision sport. And sometimes when you get to the edge, you want guys on the edge. You don't want them over the edge, but getting to the edge is not always bad, right? You want some guys who have a little edge to them.
So again, Mike Green, talented edge rusher, goes to the Ravens late in the second round. So now the Broncos are on the clock as we kind of are winding down round number 2. Browns will have 2 picks coming up in the 3rd round as well.
It's very, very, very interesting. Once again, is it value? Like I said, if a Mike Green is on the now, people say like when there's levels, right? And I had a 1st round grade on Mike Green. So if people said Browns pick at 60, whatever they pick at, and he's available, you take him, right? And you go, you know what? You're never bad with too many good football players, especially in the front 7, and then you can move on and make trades or there are other things, but. You got to take good football players. You win with football players. You don't win with coaching. You win with athletes. You win with players. Mike Green is 22 tackles for a loss and 17. Those are video game numbers.
Yeah, they
level.
are. And so R.J. Harvey, running back, goes to the Broncos.
Makes a lot of sense. Fast, good out of the backfield. Kind of a bigger version of Ford in terms of. Can carry the load a little bit more, a little bit thicker, catches the ball very, very well. Did some really good things at UCF. Fast, obviously. Really good player.
So running back goes off the board to the Broncos, who kind of needed a guy that, like that can catch the ball and do some things.
I mean, I'm looking at backs. You still have Dylan Sampson. You still have Scadaboo. You still have Devin Neal. There's so many good backs out there. The Browns need another back probably as well, too, right? And I think they got to go tight end here. But RJ, going back to RJ Harvey, a guy that would have fit good in Browns. You see how his lower body is thick. Does a really nice job on the counter. They run a lot. USC runs a lot of counter, which the Browns run too. And I try to always match that playing early, because when backs come in and they've been a part of a scheme, it makes it easier for them to understand where they're going. Shifty, shorter, thick lower body, breaks a lot of tackles. Once again, it's kind of like it's redundant with the backs in this draft. A lot of backs look the same. A lot of high quality guys you can get at a lot of different rounds.
Well, the other thing that it'll be interesting to see, if you get to 67, do the Browns look at a quarterback? I mean, my instant reaction would be no, but I would have thought there was no way you take a linebacker at 33.
Well, I got to think if you're taking a quarterback, the quarterback has got to be somebody you think is going to start for you a few years down the road. At this point, when you're a team that lacks so many positions of depth, right? Then if you're taking a guy, a flyer, it doesn't make. Now, that's where Milroe does come in for me, right? Because he has a better upside than everybody else who's left in terms of what could he get to. So if you're saying we're going to take Milroe, he's not going to play this year, we're so happy. Now, you could also create some red zone packages for him. You could do some things with him and then get him in your system. You have Tommy Rees. So that would make sense to me. At this point, no other quarterback really makes sense to me, because you have two veterans. You need positions of value. The positions you need, there are value out there, but you never know what they're thinking and how they're working. So I would say no. But if it was a quarterback, at this point I would say it's Milroe.
So the Commanders make their pick. They were on the clock. It's Trey Amos, cornerback from Ole Miss. So along the lines of quarterback evaluation, Kevin Stefanski was asked about that earlier this week.
That's a good question, Jeremy. I mean, it can really vary. Obviously, you put accuracy and decision-making up there pretty high, but then there's guys that have other traits that really, even if they didn't have one of those, can really propel them. And I think you look at the league and you see guys that are playing that position and excelling at that position. It can come in all sorts of shapes, sizes, styles, if you will. Certainly, you talk about decision-making, that factors into how you see a player's decision-making in the profile and the evaluation. But you would hope, that as coaches we improve a player's footwork, improve a player's ball handling, improve a player's accuracy, improve a player's decision-making. That's our job, to give them tools where they can improve.
So I play that bite because the bottom half of that bite screams Jalen Milroe.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Tommy Rees knows him. And if you feel like you can improve his footwork, his accuracy, and those parts of his game, you've got what you're looking for. You don't have to improve. You don't have to improve his arm. You certainly don't have to improve his ability to run the football. And by all accounts, military parents, Tommy Rees is going to know, is he on time? What kind of a teammate he is? So that if you feel you can improve the footwork, the accuracy, and those parts of his game, I would imagine you have the quarterback that you like.
Well, if you got to have one or the other, right? You can't be a quarterback who doesn't make good decisions. And there's two terms you hear all the time. Decision-making comes with anticipation. Those are synonymous to me, because you're making a decision when I'm getting rid of the ball. Now, if you're late with that, then you better have a rocket, right? You better be Brett Favre. And I've seen stories about Brett Favre didn't even know what nickel coverage was. He just saw an open guy and absolutely threw a BB, right? John Elway, these guys with elite arm talent. But he has that. But if you have the elite, it's hard to coach the arm talent, like you said. He has that. The anticipation and decision making, you can improve that a little bit, right? But if you anticipate very well, going back to Sanders, that's what he does very well. People like, he doesn't have a live arm. Well, I don't need a guy to throw the ball 50 yards. I need him to throw it 15 to 25 in a hole and know where the hole's going to be. Because if you do, that improves your, it's just like a linebacker. Like we were talking about, so if you can anticipate, you're faster because you know you're not thinking, you're just running. So, yeah, that speaks of Milroe because the things you cannot teach, he can do.
And that's kind of what everybody has said about Milroe. If your coaches and coaching staff can develop a guy, you've got a first-round talent.
And that's, it really comes down to footwork. And really with the whole league, has probably similar views on him, right? Because you watch him, he's intriguing. But really one guy, Tommy Rees, can give you more. He can give the Browns a better evaluation. And like you're saying, the military parents, the things that make a quarterback position so tough. First guy in the building, last guy to leave. You can't do anything wrong ever. You got to always have the right answer. You can't have a down day. You can't come in and kind of be down, right? You got to always be up. Even if you have to be the key to the car. Yeah. And if he does all that, the things that he doesn't do very well right now, he can improve on. So makes sense, especially now that we're past, I was high on Tyler Shuck. And because of his ability, I think Tyler Shuck can play pretty quickly. I think he's that good. Milroe's a guy, though, has probably a higher ceiling just because of his athletic ability.
Yeah, as you were saying that, the other thing about an NFL quarterback, you got to be comfortable with the eyes being on you all the time. Mm-hmm. That screams Shedeur Sanders. Yep. I think he not only is comfortable, he kind of likes that and wants it.
And that
might be what some of the NFL people didn't like about him, but what do you want from an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, is it arrogance or is it confidence, right? That's a huge thing. I don't care if you have either when you're playing a quarterback.
Just be coachable.
Just be coachable. And once again, all the off-the-field stuff, if it doesn't affect how you play, how you practice, or your teammates, does it affect your health? Does it affect all those things? And that's why it's such a crapshoot because you don't. Right. There's so many things with a quarterback that you don't even you measure before they get to the NFL.
Well, the other thing I'll say, if they do in fact decide to pass on Jalen Milroe, tells you everything that you know.
Absolutely. It tells you that
because Tommy Rees knows more. He knows more than anybody in this draft will know about him.
And you had 4 opportunities.
Right.
4 or 5, 6 opportunities, and you said that wasn't the guy.
Right. And again, it didn't fit with what we wanted to do.
And I think it's just more for me. It's always scheme.
Right.
And scheme is so important because you can get great players. If they don't fit your scheme. You just saw that with a quarterback who struggled within a scheme. If you struggle within a scheme, you don't maximize your talent. And so there's a fine line between your scheme and adjusting your scheme. But remember, if you adjust it too much, then you're Kevin Stefanski. You can't fix it, right? That's what he ran into last year, trying to do a good thing, which I thought was awesome. Then you can't fix it because it's not what you know. So it's tough. Quarterback position makes football, especially offensive football, so tough because that guy has to be so good at so many different things.
All right, so the Browns took Quinshon Judkins with their second pick in the second round. And you would think that, it's this big day. It's the NFL draft. And you would think Quinshon Judkins is sitting by the phone waiting for a phone call.
We were talking about that moment when you got drafted. So this is Quinshon Judkins. His phone rang while he was out of the room. So you see, members of his draft party are there. The Browns are calling to select him, but he's not in the room. And so they answer the phone, and they're all yelling for him. Hey, Quinshon, and then he comes back in to take the call.
Sometimes you got to go to the bathroom, Chris.
That's exactly right.
That's how it goes.
So there's
like me.
An interesting moment there.
I would have been out of the room. There's no question about it.
If you know, you know. So anyway, Quinshon Judkins. When nature calls, sometimes that beats out when the Browns call.
Well, you're sitting around for 4 hours during an NFL draft. We know what happens.
Absolutely. Sometimes you got to go. It's what it is, right?
So, the good thing was Mom had the sense to answer the phone and call him. We wanted to take Judkins. We couldn't get him on the phone.
He's going to take a little heat in the locker room for that
he
for
will.
sure. For sure.
Well, that's all right.
Absolutely.
That's what being a rookie is all about. You know what? First time he breaks off a 15, 20-yard run, that won't be a problem at all.
The quarterback will be very happy in terms of if he's not facing nickel defense with 5 pass rushers coming at him consistently.
So the Chiefs take Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle from Tennessee. So a couple of defensive linemen and edge rushers going off the board.
So a lot of these guys right now. So the defensive linemen, as you get into this draft, and once again, things I'm learning, especially over the last couple of years, is these especially defensive tackles, they kind of, after the first round, they fall into 2 categories. They're either one-gap penetrators who are undersized and athletic, or they're these massive 2-gap guys, right? And, they usually fall into, like, I'm going to use a guy right now that probably would be drafted late, Aeneas Peoples. Not great skill, but put him in a gap and watch the film, and he's just all over the place. But doesn't have great measurables, but just a really good football player. Omar Lott's a really heavy guy. Played at Tennessee. Hands are really violent. 2 gaps very well. He's a good run stopper.
So Eagles are on the clock now, and that'll be the final pick of the second round. And Browns will be up a couple of picks with their first of 2 picks in the third round.
And as you get to the third round, you start to see these picks start to fly now.
Right.
Third, and the reason why is because now you're taking positions of need or best player, right? And everybody's different on that, but that's where the Browns are at. They're either going to take guys who are higher on their board. For them, it's position of need and a high level, right? Harold Fannin is a guy who a lot of people had first, second round grades on, right? And you can get him now. So I think it's got to be Harold Fannin here, or maybe Gunnar Helm. Maybe a receiver, like you're saying. Maybe Jaden Rolls. I don't know if you're stretching with getting him, but I think he's a really good player. And I'm kind of, you try not to be skewed, but the Browns need playmakers, and sometimes you got to reach. But he's a playmaker.
So what you're telling me is we're getting another defensive tackle at the first pick of the third round.
Well, I'll tell you what. If they go defense, it's got to be either Xavier Watts or maybe Makuba out of Texas. If they go defense, it can't be anything else but a free safety because they do have one position of need. But again, they can get Billy Bowman tomorrow, who's every bit as good as the top. He's 11 turnovers. They need a guy to create some turnovers there. But yeah, I don't tackle. There's some guys left are developmental. It's got to be maybe, they took their linebacker. Yeah, it's got to be, for me, it's got to be Gunnar Helm or Harold Fannin. If it's not, which it probably won't be.
Yeah.
That would be where I'd go right now.
Yeah, and the other thing is I would never say no to them taking a quarterback.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it. But I also wouldn't have taken the linebacker with the first pick in the second round.
Well, if you take
and I'm not saying it was a bad pick. Just I would have gone offense.
Yeah, if they obviously at this point, if there's a quarterback, you got to assume this quarterback is going to be Milroe, right? Milroe's the guy. When you talk about a developmental guy, there's a developmental guy. If you thought Sanders was going to be a guy come in and compete for the job, you would already grabbed him, right? And now. That's my thoughts, right? Sanders might come off the board here.
Well, and it's very different as you do it in the third round as opposed to the second, where I would have said, well, if you're going to do it in the second, why don't you just get the fifth?
Yeah.
Now you've gotten a couple of players that you think can help you immediately in Judkins and Schwesinger in the second round. So you see the number 330-963-7763. If you want to get involved, we are taking phone calls as we are winding down here with the second round, final pick of the second round. We will also have the third round. As you mentioned, 7 minutes between picks in the second round. It goes down to 5 for the third round. So the pace will pick up. Browns have a pick early and a pick in late because the third round is also where you get into the compensatory picks as well.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, these usually end up going quick. Now now you're in this we got our guy and he's still on the board. Who's highest on your board and what position do I need? And you go with it.
So the Eagles take one of the guys you like, Makuba, the safety from Texas, goes to the Eagles. Again, they're one of those teams that always seems to find guys that can play up and down the first 4 rounds. So you see the number if you want to give us a call. Lance Reisland and I will be back on this Sports4CLE Draft Night Special, rounds 2 and 3. After this quick timeout, stay with us.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million? New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
I am powerful beyond my wildest imagination.
I will define my future.
I will keep challenging myself to improve.
Because I am a future leader of this great nation.
I will be responsible for raising a beautiful family.
And educating not only my generation, but many more to come.
I will make a difference in my community.
And I will stand up for what I believe in. I will not settle for simply chasing my dreams, I will achieve them.
Because I was given a chance.
An opportunity.
A home.
At Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
The ultimate leadership experience.
FCCLA has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
It's made me who I am today.
Join us. We'll build a new future together.
Sports4CLE's Draft Night Special continues, along with Lance Reisland. I'm Dave Bacon. We begin the third round. The New York Giants are on the clock, getting ready to make the first pick of the third round. Then the Browns will be picking in 2 picks, as they have pick 67 coming up. And I'm with you, Lance. It's either got to be we've been saying this all night.
Yeah.
We've been right once, we've been wrong once.
Yeah.
It's got to be a tight end or a wide receiver. I get Fannin. I still think you need a wide receiver. You probably need a couple of wide receivers, but
Yeah, looking up there, so Noel's a guy that intrigues me. He did some really good things. Matt Campbell does such a great job there. He's going to be tough and well coached and a good kid. So there's the guy. Jalen Royals, like I said, Beck's off the board. I loved him. Restrepo's a guy you can get tomorrow. I think at this point in time, you got to go. This would be the tough part, right? Do you reach for a position you need, or maybe that position doesn't have as much value? I'm not sure. I know they lost out that push of tight ends. They're going to have to get him because Harold Fannin's not going to last very long here.
Right.
So they're going to have to go out and get him if that's a guy they want.
the other thing that's going to be intriguing to me will be Milroe.
Yeah.
Because again, if you feel like you can put the pieces together, it's a puzzle. If you can make all the pieces fit, you probably have your quarterback. You probably have your quarterback of the future if the pieces fit. The question is that worth the risk at 67? I wouldn't have done it at 33. Wouldn't have done it at 39. 67. I'm starting to think about it. Late third round, I'd probably do it.
And this is interesting to me because right now you always have to build towards the future. But the Browns front office, the coaches, we all know this business is brutal, right? They got to win.
Yeah.
And there's guys out there. They got to get guys that can help them win. And obviously, I think Judkins is the guy. I think Mason Graham's a guy. But if they don't score points, it's tough to win, and they're going to have to figure that out.
Well, and I get the thought that quarterback play will help.
Yes.
The quarterback play was historically bad. But you got to if you're expecting Kenny Pickett or Joe Flacco to carry an offense, I think you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
I really do. And I don't mind either guy. I just think they are what they are. They're average to slightly below average starting NFL quarterback.
Well, I think they're guys you can win with. Again, that's a common line I have. And if it's a guy, that's how you have to that's how I would look at it in terms of if I have even as a high school coach, right? Some years you have a good quarterback, some years you don't. And if you don't have an elite guy who you can win because of, then you better have a good running game. You better play good defense. You better have a guy you can just throw it out too quick and he can get you some yards.
So Darius Alexander from Toledo is the first pick of the New York Football Giants. So they had Abdul Carter in addition to Darius Alexander to go with what was already a pretty good defensive line. They got Burns and Thibodeau. Their safeties are pretty good. They did trade up and get Jackson Dart end of the first round.
Well, yeah, Darius Alexander I had on my board. I had him for the Browns in tomorrow. So he's a guy that's kind of moved up, had a great Senior Bowl. He's real heavy. You can see him here dropping. He has a pick 6 here. He's a guy who's really intriguing, and I think there's an example why you go to the Senior Bowl, because he went to the Senior Bowl and dominated some really good guards inside. He doesn't have much of a pass rush plan right now, but great frame, great body, great potential there. See why they went out and got him.
Well, and there's a lot of there's usually 3 or 4 guys from the MAC that come in and play really well as rookies in the NFL, and the Chiefs have taken Galat, the edge rusher from Louisville, that some folks thought the Browns might be interested later in the draft.
So this guy's a really good athlete. You're going to see him here stand up. He plays both with his hand on the ground, stands up. He gets into the tackle really well. Now, he doesn't have much of a pass rush plan per se, but he bends real well. So going back to, if you watch Myles Garrett, I'm not comparing anybody to Myles Garrett because he's as good as it gets, but Myles Garrett doesn't beat you with a ton of things. He beats you with bull rush and he beats you with bend. And if you can do those things at an elite level that not many people can, you can win. And you can see he bull rushes. He does Galata he's an interesting guy in film because sometimes he looks undersized when he's going against the tackles. He does a lot of really good things. He's explosive first step. He gets his hands on first, and he bends real well. So yeah, pick 66. I thought that might be a little high for him, but not on their board.
So Browns are on the clock, and again, Fannin is there. Alomeyer, the wide receiver, is there. Royals is there. Milrow is there. Shedeur Sanders is there. Am I setting it up enough to be an offensive player?
Xavier Watts. No, I'm just kidding. No, I would say, I'd be. I mean, maybe they have another tight end they like, but I'd be shocked if this is not Harold Fannin.
And again, Fannin, Northeast Ohio guy, went to Canton McKinley High School, played at Bowling Green. Gosh, I'm getting old because I remember him as a wide receiver.
Absolutely.
As like a freshman playing at McKinley.
Well, he gets, and the thing I've always said about Kevin Stefanski is he's a play designer. And when he gets to run his offense, he does a great job of setting things up for later in games and later in the season. And Harold Fannin gives you that tight end that you can do some kind of quirky things with formations because of his skill set. So Stefanski likes to do that. So I would be shocked if this is not, Harold Fannin.
The only other thing, maybe they go offensive line. They like their offensive line.
Yeah, and Wyatt Millam's a guy out there. Cameron Williams, Tim talked about earlier. Millam fits that like nasty guards they like to have if they're going back to these guards pool, and he fits that bill.
So again, the stunner would be, and we've had a couple of stunners. The stunner would be if it's quarterback. I would be stunned at this point.
Or if it's a defensive guy. I mean, if it's a
I'd probably be less stunned at this point because they've gone defense.
True. Well, if they go quarterback, I'd be stunned if it was not Milrow. If they were to go, even at this point, if they were to go Will Howard, things like Will Howard. There's some guys out there, but they don't have the ceiling that this time of there is first round ceiling type stuff with Milrow.
So awaiting the Browns' first pick in the 3rd round, they will have a second pick later in the compensatory part of the 3rd round, all judged as the 3rd round. So they did get Tevin Jenkins as well. It's an offensive lineman that can play tackle, can play some guard. So if DeJuan Jones can't go, they do have an answer.
Well, I think, if Conklin's healthy, you watched Conklin last year, he did a lot of good things. If Conklin's healthy, now I was really impressed. DeJuan Jones played poorly last year, but he was in bad shape because of his knee. And when you're that big and you're not in shape, like his part of his success is his length and his body. So when he wasn't in shape, he has made, it seems like he's made a concerted effort to get in shape. And if he gets in shape, you've seen what he can do, especially this run game that Kevin Stefanski runs. It's not real hard for a tackle. You're blocking down on a 3 technique or you're reaching an end. It's not real hard, and his size it really benefits him.
Yeah, and again, I absolutely get the thought process there, if in fact they do that. You did take Zach Zinter, so you have a guy that was a rookie a season ago, and I certainly think Zinter will play better than he did last year. Remember, people were down on Zinter, and I don't think they ever intended Zach Zinter to play last year.
Yeah.
And he was coming off a broken leg.
Yeah, you go back to his junior year at Michigan. He's a mauler, and he fit where I always felt the Browns before Deshaun Watson. He fit the bill. What
It's
they
your
want.
guy.
Yeah.
So Harold Fannin is the pick of the Browns. So a Northeast Ohio native from Canton McKinley High School, Bowling Green, and again, all right, there's a playmaker.
Correct.
We need another. Give me another.
And what you get out of Harold Fannin is you get run after catch, right? So he's a weird guy in terms of he's 6'3", he's 230 pounds, but I'll tell you what, 117 receptions, he had 1,555 yards, and he did it against really good teams. Not only in the MAC. The MAC plays really good football too, especially those. Everyone always says it's the depth in the MAC that's the real difference between other schools. But Harold Fannin is a guy, like you said, Camp McKinley product. He has all those receiver skills. I think they're going to do some fullback stuff. You go back to Harrison Bryant.
Yeah.
He can do some. He's going to have to be position flexible, which I think he can be. He's super athletic. His ability to run after he catches it is second to none at the tight end position. And he did a lot of, like I said, the Texas A&M game for me was the selling point. We got one. We got a guy.
We got Jenkins.
Yeah.
Or Judkins rather, and Fannin.
This is an explosive guy. This is a guy who is a mismatch in the red zone. He's a guy again. So if you think about 12 personnel, and now you put him and Njoku on the outside, and then you put Judy and Tillman on the inside. If you know it's man if the backers walk out. So now Kevin can do the things he likes to do, which is, I think, one of his best things is dictating what you do defensively with your personnel.
Yeah.
Fannin does that for you.
So they're able to get the tight end. Now the question becomes, what do you do with that next pick in the third round?
Well, I'm going to stick to my guns here. I'm going to go Jalen Royals. I still think you need a guy, but I think Royals is a guy. And this is going to sound terrible, but in terms of value, Xavier Watts is a safety. And just because I think I had him as a early second round guy. So, but you're going to see Fannin here, see him standing up as a tight end. That's what he does really well. He gets skinny. He runs really good routes. He has a great catch radius. Out route, he's always running after catch. And you can see him. He never goes down. It is funny because he has a weird kind of running gait, but that's just because he's almost like a baby deer. He'll get that right because he's coming. Remember, he was a receiver in high school.
Yep.
So he'll grow into that body. He's 235 pounds.
20 years old.
20 years old. Browns fans will really like this guy. I know we've been pushing for him hard here for a couple hours, but this is a guy worth drafting because of his skill set.
So the Raiders, with the pick following the Browns, go with Darian Porter, a cornerback from Iowa State. So Iowa State has a lot of guys that are going to be coming off the board here.
Yeah, Porter's a guy, if you watch him, really good man coverage. He's got really good long arms. He does a great job of closing to the hip. Great ball skills. He's very good in man. He's very good in zone. Probably his straightaway speed is why he's in the third round, not higher. But he's got great ball skills and really tough. Again, I'm biased because I'm a big Matt Campbell fan, but those guys, when you play for coaches like that, you come in NFL ready with work ethic and you're improving and getting better in the offseason, things like that. So really good draft for Iowa State.
Yeah, and they still have, I think Noel's still on board, right? So there's another one. Higgins went earlier in the second round. So the Patriots are on the clock as we work. Browns have a 15-20 before they're going to end up picking. There's a little bit of gap before where they go and where they will be picking next. I want a wide receiver. If it's Royals, that's fine. If you got somebody on the outside, that's fine. But if you come away with a wide receiver, now you have added one guy to each of the. You got Judkins, the running back. I like that just fine. Fannin, tight end. I like that. That wide receiver room needs a little bit of a bump.
Yeah, and he needs a guy that I really do think that if Tillman stays healthy, if you go back to Tillman's junior year, he was really, really excellent. And I was impressed with the physical shape he came in last year at camp. So I go down to camp, and I remember standing there thinking, how do you look like a tight end? But he ran really well. And then he did some really good things. And he does good things because, Fancy likes to throw those slants and those, big receiver routes. So I think he's a guy who can help them in the red zone. Obviously, Jerry Jeudy's a guy. I still think right now, if you're with the quarterbacks they have now, I still think Jaden Royals is an explosive guy, but Elijah Moore might be.
Yeah.
It just go.
But there was that chemistry,
and he's young. He's still not old yet. He's 25 years old.
And you just kind of wonder. Couldn't figure it out with the Jets. There were a couple of games. So Kyle Williams from Washington State goes to the Patriots, another wide receiver.
Really good player.
But with Moore, you got to see it on Sunday.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's usually those guys are like the guys that like that, they don't have good practice habits or they're not good teammates. He's a guy when you go out to practice, he does everything right. He's always, like I said, he's always first in line. He works really hard at his craft. I really think they've kind of misused him, and I think they know it because I think when he came in, they wanted him. Savancy loves those gadget guys, right?
Yeah.
Those guys, and he's just not big enough.
No.
And he's also kind of weird because he's got slot, like I said, measurements, but he's really an outside guy. His ability to run routes, he runs a full route tree from the outside. So it might be you get Elijah Moore, then you move Jeudy inside a little bit more.
Yeah.
But now you got Harold Fannin, so now you're starting to do these things in terms of now we go 12 personnel. 12 personnel can be Elijah Moore. You can move him to slot, move Fannin outside. Now, do they put the corner on Fannin?
Right.
Or do they put the corner inside? Then they got to walk a backer out on Fannin, which now that's a mismatch and you win. So the idea of having that second tight end does help the fact that they maybe don't need as much depth at receiver because they're going to be in 12 a little bit.
Right. So that's my question. You think Fannin can certainly split out and threaten a defense if he's not an inline tight end?
Well, and that's why he's got to improve. Bill was saying earlier, that's why he's got to improve his inline blocking a little bit because the idea of 12 personnel is, all right, if I'm two tight ends, technically that's a run formation, right? So you're going to bring in regular personnel, which usually means 3 linebackers. If you bring in 11 personnel, teams usually go nickel. Well, in 12 personnel, if they bring in regular, then you split those guys out. And now you got backers on.
Right.
And then if they go nickel, you bring them in, you run it right at them, which he likes to do with the power run game. So that 12 and 13 personnel, it's the same thing. Now, if the Browns go 13 personnel, if they get another tight end, now the defense for sure brings in 3 linebackers. And Savancy been known to go empty out of that, which is really a problem for a defense.
Right. Well, and especially because Njoku can run, Fannin can run.
Correct.
So that's I got you. Here are the top wide receivers that are still available. You got Jalen Noel, you got Jalen Royals, Jalen Lane from Virginia State, Felton from Maryland, Torrey Horton from Colorado State. So they're the top 5. Top 2 I like.
I will say this. I got hooked. We missed one guy. So he's at Virginia Tech. Lane's from Virginia Tech, but he's a slot guy. He's pretty good, and he's a little undersized, but he kind of fits that role too. So he's not as big as Royals, and that's what I like about Royals because those slot guys can't be little anymore. These guys are just too big. So, but Lane is a shifty guy, and that was Dan Lobby one day. We're talking. I had not even some guys you just miss,
right?
And you try to see them all, and I had a little bit, but he's a guy in space that's pretty good. But for me, it's Noel can do a lot of different things. He's not just a true slot or true outside, but he's a good receiver. He kind of fits like the Mbuka, where he's just a pretty good receiver.
The other thing is there's still a lot of good running backs
as
well, which I'm not saying the Browns should draft one, but it may allow a couple of those wide receivers to slide down. Alomeyer wasn't on there from Stanford as well. That's the scouting reports on him were all over the place.
Correct.
Some of them thought he was, a second, third round. Some of them thought he was a 5th, 6th round.
Well, when you talk about a big guy who plays outside at one, some of those guys fall into even though he's outstanding, Tet McMillan, 6'5", not going to move him inside. He doesn't have enough shake inside. But outside at one, he's really dynamic. He can run a bunch of different routes. The thing can you run the full route tree from multiple positions is kind of what separates a lot of those guys. How do you get off the line of scrimmage versus zone and man? How are you at the catch point, and what's your run after catch? And you're right, because sometimes you watch him on film, he's almost a first-round talent, and then other times it's all over the place. And and that's what you get a lot of these guys in the third, fourth round. If you're even, what's hard to explain to people, if you're even thought about being picked on this day, you're the best football player that everybody that has ever seen.
Right.
And that's the difference. That's why these guys are so good at this level.
Well, the other thing that scares me a little bit, third round is where Andrew Berry has drafted wide receivers. Anthony Schwartz, I don't even want to look at that. Cedric Tillman, jury's still out. We've seen some good. So they haven't invested more than a third-round pick relative to draft capital in a wide receiver. In a passing league, that concerns me a little bit.
Well, there's one thing that I try to do a little differently when I break down receivers, and the thing that is really tough is when you break down a receiver, do they have feel, right? And what I mean by that is, do they understand zone, man? Do they understand how to work? So if you look, I'm going to use Xavier Restrepo as an example. If you think about people in the NFL, they know Cooper Kupp, right? Cooper Kupp's not a jet, but what he does is he works great angles. Amari Cooper, when he was in his prime, right? The ability to work angles, to understand what defensive backs are trying to do. If you know what a defensive back is responsible for, you can attack certain things. So it seems like Berry does a lot more with traits. Right? So Schwartz is a guy who could run like the wind, but he didn't have the savvy or feel of a Cooper Kupp. And like Xavier Restrepo, he's a guy who's going to be around tomorrow because he ran 4.8. I don't care. He's a guy, watch him on tape against all the really fast guys that Miami plays. He gets separation from all of them. Why? Because he pushes their heels and pushes their opposite hip and works angles and does a bunch of things that are kind of feel and savvy like. And if you watch Cooper Kupp, it's the same thing. So, because a guy can run like the wind and catch the ball a little bit or whatever it is, that sometimes doesn't carry over at receiver. You got to have feel. And those guys that they've drafted haven't had any feel. They've had good traits, but they haven't had feel for the game.
Lance Reisland and I are going to step aside, take a quick timeout. You see the number if you want to get involved, 330-963-7763. We are in the third round. It's the Sports4CLE Draft Night Special, rounds 2 and 3. Stay with us.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million? New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Greater Cleveland Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the star athletes and notable sports figures who were born or have made their home in Greater Cleveland. It tells the story of discipline, commitment, perseverance, sportsmanship, and excellence in achievement. It encourages and inspires those who believe in sport and its direct impact on the well-being of our community. Go to clevelandsportshall.com or follow us on Twitter at GCLE Sports HOF for more details.
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free.
I am powerful beyond my wildest imagination.
I will define my future.
I will keep challenging myself to improve. Because I am a future leader of this great nation.
I will be responsible for raising a beautiful family.
And educating not only my generation, but many more to come.
I will make a difference in my community.
And I will stand up for what I believe in.
I will not settle for simply chasing my dreams. I will achieve them.
Because I was given a chance.
An opportunity.
A home.
At Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
The ultimate leadership experience.
FCCLA has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
It's made me who I am today.
Join us. We'll build a new future together.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, you know, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million. New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free. Sports4CLE Draft Night Special continues along with Lance Reisland. I'm Dave Bacon, 330-963-7763. If you want to get involved and give us a phone call as we await the Browns' second pick here in the third round, about 20 picks before they pick at 94. They took Harold Fannin with their first pick, so they've taken Schwesinger, a linebacker, Judkins, Judkins from Ohio State, a running back, and Harold Fannin Jr., tight end from Bowling Green, and Canton McKinley High School, a tight end with their first pick in the third round tonight. We were just talking, they haven't picked a wide receiver higher than the third round under Andrew Berry, which it's shocking.
Yeah, because the amount of success, learn a lot from people that I work with, including you, in terms of like success rate of players after the first and second round. And, even in the first round, it's only 60, 70%. You got to go out and you have to get playmakers, right? If you look at like the Bengals got good really, really quick. Why? They went out and got those playmakers, right?
Yeah.
And when
like
you get
3 overall, and T. Higgins was first in the second round.
You go out and get those guys, they make a difference really, really quick. And, there's something to be said about building from the inside out, but you got to have some playmakers. Browns, I really, really thought the Fannin pick was great. Jalen Royals could be a guy who's around at 94, who makes a lot of sense for what they need in the slot.
Yeah, and again, you're looking for guys that threaten a defense when they have the ball in their hand. There's a lot of thought with Fannin that he's kind of a big wide receiver that you can move all over the place.
Which is what Kevin Stefanski does really, really well. And once again, it's not play calling with Kevin. For me, it's play design and how things build on each other and his ability to kind of understand what a defense coordinator is looking at. So if the Browns are playing the Steelers one week and they got the Bengals next week, he does a great job of taking what he did against the Steelers and building on that for the Bengals. And a guy like Fannin allows you to do that because Fannin you can be in 12 personnel and literally be 2 tight end power set, or you can be an empty. And that really hurts a defense because they're adjusting, they're watching film too, and they're adjusting to what you put out there. So that play design element that Stefanski brings, Fannin really helps. And he's an explosive guy when he catches it.
The other thing to keep in mind, David Njoku, I think he has 1 year left on his deal. So I would assume they try to get him under contract unless it's going to break the bank, so to speak. But you kind of have a succession plan in the event they can't keep David Njoku around.
Well, and if you look at what they went to last year, they went to 11 personnel. So they only needed him, and he didn't do a lot of the things that made him really successful the year before. Obviously, injuries. There's a bunch of things that tie in that, we don't need to rehash those things, but they need depth. Right. They just need numbers there. And Fannon's a good start.
Yeah, and again, the questions they have, can Fannin block? Can he, all of the questions that are there about Fannin were there about David Njoku as a rookie as well.
Well, and, it goes back to what we said about the linebacker and the defensive guys. At this point in time, I don't care if he blocks. Teach him. You need guys to score, right? And obviously, they all have weaknesses. He's not afraid. He's Kent McKinley kid. Those kids are tough, right? So he's not afraid. He'll learn how to block. He'll do whatever he has to do blocking-wise. But once again, I have always felt like Jim Schwartz, for example. Jim Schwartz does a great job of, and so many coaches do this, and my dad did this as well. You don't take what a guy does bad and make him do it.
Right.
And a lot of us coaches, we do that. We're like, we're going to make this guy, Harold Fannin is a run-after-catch tight end. Use him that way. Whatever else he does, great. But don't draft a guy because he's a poor blocker and then be mad because he's a poor blocker, right? That's the reality. We would come in, and I remember meetings with my father, and he'd go, well, didn't you say he was bad at that? Yeah, then why is he doing that? Well, it makes a lot of sense because you're saying, I want a well-rounded guy. Well, of course we do. We all want guys who can do everything, but it's not the reality of it. Fannin is a receiving tight end. Use him that way.
Well, and think of the most productive that David Njoku's been the games with Joe Flacco.
Well, the thing that, once again, and that's within that structure. So if you look, he had just under 600 yards run after catch with Joe Flacco in those 5 games. And the reason he did is if you watch against the Jets, for example, the thing that David Njoku does at an elite level is run after catch. So those check down routes are where he was the best.
And Fannin's going to be the same way.
So Flacco did a great job of going through his progression, seeing that they all dropped and checking it down and let him run. And that's huge for a quarterback. That gets you first downs when you check it down and not always stretch the ball downfield.
Yeah. So there's still some really good running backs out there. Caleb Johnson is still out there.
Yeah.
Cam Scadaboo. So I say that because that will push some of those wide receivers that we've been talking about a little bit further down as well.
Well, yeah, there's 2 receivers that make a lot of sense for the Browns. Obviously, I'm thinking more slot, but I would say the Noel kid out of Iowa State can play. He's kind of like an Ibuka where he's got pretty well-rounded. And then Jalen Royals, it would be he's my behind Burden when it says true slot. I have Burden, I have Jalen Royals, so it was kind of like first round, middle, last, and then my last tomorrow will be Restrepo.
Yep.
And those are the 3 guys that are true slots that can do a lot of different things from that slot route. Noel can do it as well. But if you get Noel, he's so well-rounded, and Judy can do that well. You can move Judy. There's some flexibility there. He's just a really good football player.
So you're talking about Restrepo. I've seen them play because I watched Cam Ward quite a bit. And I'm going to age myself with who he reminds me of. He reminds me of Brian Brennan.
You're not aging, not with me, you're not aging, right? So I agree with you completely. And there is a great example of savvy that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Understanding where to be, when to be there. I mean, how many times did Brian Brennan run away from guys that were a lot faster than him? And how many times was he open because his ability to attack hips and attack angles? Brian Brennan is a great comp to Restrepo. He'll just get open.
Right.
And it doesn't matter.
At key moments, he will find a way to make the guy not be able to cover him.
Well, and if you see a cover 2 versus, coverage and you have a route on, there's going to be a place where the ball is supposed to be, and the quarterback will know that. And Restrepo knows what the quarterback is thinking. And not all receivers know that. Some guys are just out there running free. Restrepo's like, all right, it's cover 2. I need to sit here. Quarterback, and watch Cam Ward. He constantly goes to Restrepo, especially on third down, which is another thing the Browns need, a third down productive guy, right? He's not a guy who's going to wow you, but he's a guy who's going to be open.
Move the chains.
Yep.
They used to call them possession receivers.
They're
just receivers.
They're just receiver, and it's similar to that second 6, similar run. Throw a slot, a little slot option route, and now it's second 5. Those are extended run games in the NFL. A guy like Restrepo can do that.
And again, in this day and age, the Browns haven't had a quarterback throw for over 4,000 yards since, I think it's Brian Sipe in the 80s. I think they had 1 year. Think about how long ago that is and how much the NFL game has changed since 1980. And it's gone from a run league to a passing league, and the Browns haven't been able to adjust to that.
Well, and it's always one of those things. So I'm on board with what the Browns were offensive schematic-wise before Deshaun Watson, because they were like the unicorn now, where it used to be spread teams were if you were in 4 receivers, you were the alone. Now if you're the power run team, you're the unicorn, right? So when you played the Browns, when Nick Chubb was rolling, you don't practice against that. And then they kind of went away from it, but they went away from it and did things they weren't good at. So I think going back to this power run game at least gives them a chance, shorten the game, rely on the defense, get a couple more playmakers, and be in some ball games late. Yeah. And that's what you got to think right now. Shorten the game. Yeah. That's it. You're not going to outscore teams right now with what your skill level is, but you could be pretty dominant on defense, and you can create short fields, and you can make sure that if it's 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 12, don't be silly. Run the ball, punt it. It sounds boring, but don't put your defense in a bad spot. That helps.
So the Cowboys have taken Siobhan Ravel, cornerback from East Carolina. Again, coming back from an injury, so it's good to see. Cowboys are another team that drafts pretty well. They do horrible signing them to second contracts and wait too long, and it has cap implications. But they draft pretty well.
Well, and these cornerbacks now in the NFL, they all kind of fit this mold, right? They have long arms. They're good in man. They're good in zone. They have great ball skills. It used to be like you played corner because you couldn't catch it, right? That's not the case anymore. These guys are elite athletes. It's such a hard position to play, and there's so much man coverage now in the NFL, especially in these presser packages on 3rd down. You got to have great corners, and you can see when the Browns are playing well defensively how important those corners are. All these corners drafted, you get a lot of value if you look, Emerson example in the 3rd round. These guys are long, good players, especially at the Power 4 level.
Yeah, and so we're at pick 77, and Uma Manilian, edge rusher from Ole Miss, goes to the Panthers. So getting into the late 70s, Browns picked 94, so you got about 15 picks, 16 picks before they're back on it. And again, I want a wide receiver. It's going to be interesting to see. Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders both still on board.
See, if I'm the Browns right now, I don't know how any of this works, but if I'm the Browns, I go back right now because there's no way many people thought Noel would be here at this point.
Right.
So I don't know how that works, but if you're thinking you want a receiver and you want a high-level guy that could have been a 1st, 2nd rounder, go back right now and get Noel. He's outstanding. Him and Higgins were outstanding at Iowa State.
So there's probably a sweet spot where you only have to give up a 7th round pick or a 6th round pick. I don't think it's there yet, but you're probably closing in on it. Yeah,
and if not, I think Jalen Rose will be there at 94. Right. And he's a guy that could really – now, when you talk about schematic fit, he is a schematic fit for what they need. And his value goes up, in my opinion. His talent level goes up on how he could be used for the Browns.
And, again, you get somebody that threatens the defense. If you can find a way to get Noel, Royals, even the kid from Stanford, now you've added 3 guys that are as good as probably anybody but Jerry Jeudy with the ball in there, and maybe an Njoku with the ball in your hands. You've added threats to your offense.
Well, now, and you've also added Judkins, right, which goes back to the Nick Chubb, right? So now not only do you have a couple better skill players, they're also not going to be going against 8-man, secondary that's dropping 8 because they're going to win on first down a little bit more. And when you win on first down a little bit more, you have the ability to run or pass, and that means the defense has to be in more of a base look.
So the Cardinals are on the clock, and again, one of their needs is at wide receiver. So this is a spot where one of those guys
this could be a Noel guy. This could be a
Right.
Noel Royals pick right here. If you're thinking Noel right here and you're excited like we are, this would be one of the teams that would scare you right here.
Right. Royals is another one though. There's still a lot of good. So Jordan James is another running back. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee.
fast.
Cam Scadaboo. So there's 4 really good running backs still on the board.
There's Noel. Yeah, Miner.
Yeah.
There's Royals.
I forgot about Williams. We were talking about him in
Yeah.
breaks.
Well,
Williams,
Williams gives you. There's another good fit because athletically he gives you an impact. I've kind of talked about impact wherever it's at, right? And he's just an athlete that will give you impact, returns, catches. There's Luke Lachey, who I really like at tight end. I think he would be a good day 3 pick, and he's a guy who put his hand on the ground.
So a little bit of a different.
Yeah, give you a different tight end, right? So now you can get, you're down on the goal line. You want to get in 13 personnel. He's that third tight end, put his hand on the ground, and then you have Njoku and Fannin, more of the move guys. They're going to need, for what they need at tight end, they still need a hand on the traditional tight end, right? Plays next to the tackle, puts his hand on the ground. That would be Luke Lachey, and you can get him tomorrow, I believe.
So Lance and I have been talking about the need for another wide receiver. Here are the wide receivers currently on the roster. So you got Jerry Jeudy. Had a great year last year. Again, you and I have talked. I'm concerned. A large percentage of his yardage was with Jameis Winston. But, again, I think he's a really good wide receiver. Cedric Tillman was starting to trend in the right direction. Concussion, missed 6 or 7 games. Michael Woods has been hurt. Jamari Thrash hadn't been able to get on the field. David Bell, another third-round wide receiver, just hadn't put it together at the NFL level. Some of it has been injury, but that's a guy that doesn't have elite traits, has pretty good hands, runs decent routes, but the separation and getting open one there. And DeAndre Carter, again, he's more of a return guy, a special teams guy. To me, that's – and I know the Browns like Michael Woods. You need more.
Well, Michael Woods, obviously he hasn't done anything yet, right? And he's been injured. Now, both years he's looked very good in camp in terms of physical traits. But once again, there's that savvy and ability to get open and things like that. He's winning on just raw athleticism, which is not really something you can do on every Sunday. You got to have some feel, right? So Jerry Jeudy will even get better because now he knows he's the guy. So I really expect him to take another step. I think the key wouldn't be so much Woods if they can maximize Tillman a little bit more and maybe get a Royals or a Noel. And now you're in a little bit more 12. Remember, you're not as much 11, so that third guy is going to be on the field 30% of the time. If you're in 11 and it's Noel, you're feeling pretty good about yourself because even in your 10 personnel, really for the Browns, Stefanski wants to be in 10 personnel, in 12 personnel, if that makes any sense. He wants to be in a 4-receiver look with 2 of those guys being tight ends because he can get the defense he wants.
Yeah, and again, I have nothing against Cedric Tillman. I like what I've seen.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you can count on him to be what you need from a wide receiver 2 production-wise. I think that's real dangerous.
Well, you have to be available, right? And that's really what it comes down to with a lot of these Browns players right now is that they've had injury issues, they miss practice. And, I understand it's the NFL and they take these are grown men and I get all that, but you have to practice. You have to practice hard, and you have to practice at a high level. And when you watch the Steelers, when you watch these high-level teams, when you watch the Kansas City Chiefs, they're hitting and they're being physical with each other, and that acclimates your body to the season. And that's what the Browns – that's another issue the Browns really need to work on here after the draft is how do we maximize and get these guys to where they can be starting the season. And that's whatever that may be, that's something they have to address as well.
Cardinals went with Jordan Birch, edge rusher from Oregon. Texans now on the clock getting ready to pick. So we keep ticking off the teams moving towards the Browns pick at 94.
Well, to say that they would have a chance at Noel and Jalen Royals at 94, I wouldn't have said that.
Jalen Noel will be drafted by the Houston Texans.
There we go. So yeah, I told you he wouldn't be around.
Did not make it to the Browns. They didn't take much time. They kind of ran that one up there in a hurry.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. His ability, like I said, he kind of reminds me of Mbuka. So you can see him here. He's in the middle of the field, very, very tough. Again, I'm a big Matt Campbell fan. Plays multiple positions, can play in the slot, can play outside. You see him in the slot here running a quick out. He's pretty good run after catch. Really, the comp for me on him is Mbuka because he can play so many positions. He catches the ball well. He fits the traits, my initial kind of grading on receivers, which is your ability to release versus zone and press, your ability at the catch point, and your run after catch. He does everything very, very well. Very good route runner, pretty savvy. Once again, he has better than average measurement and skills, but he's also very savvy. He understands coverage. He understands leverage. Very, very good pick. I'm surprised he was here. Like we said before the break, that would be a guy. I don't know how that works, but I would have traded back in and got him because that's a guy that makes sense. Now you got to think Royals now for the Browns if they're thinking receiver.
Yeah, and so what would be the secondary thing? Would it be the safety? Would it be the quarter? Would it be Milrow? If Royals isn't there. Allemeyer, I still think I'm intrigued by the size. I know Tillman's there, but all right. So now you've got 4 big bodies and Jerry Jeudy running around. If you go 3, if you go Fannin, Allemeyer, and Njoku, and then you got Jerry Jeudy as well. You move him inside.
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. If Royals isn't there, I would actually go inside to guard, just because. Teller and Batonia are getting up there, and I think he's going to be pretty good, but he did have a major injury, and he wasn't great last year, and I didn't think they wanted to play, but a guy like Wyatt Millum out of West Virginia, he's a mauler. Get that guard that fits your ability to pull on the counter and power, pin and pull, can also block down, but has a nasty kind of mentality. I would go inside guard, or one of your favorites, I would go with Xavier Watts because I think he gives you a lot of bang for your buck in terms of where he's being picked at.
How are Milan's hands? Can he catch? We need guys that can catch the ball.
Xavier Watts had 17 interceptions and Billy Bowman had 11. So maybe they can score some points.
You're gonna go Travis Hunter on me and make him play wide receiver?
We'll get him going both ways. Yeah, I really think that Royals will be the pick here. I could be wrong. I think the best guy on my board right now that I have left is Xavier Watts. Akuba's gone. Jalen Reed's a safety that it fits more of the one high hat out of Penn State. Savion Williams is an interesting one because of his skill set. So see if he's around. He's another guy with his athletic ability. Somebody's gonna like him just because he brings that freakish athletic ability.
So the Bengals are currently on the clock as we work our way towards 94, where the Browns will wrap up day 2 of their draft. And we're waiting to see what exactly the Browns do with that second pick. They went linebacker with the first pick in the second round, Carson Schwesinger. They took Quinshon Judkins with their second pick in the round. Dylan Fairchild, the guard from Georgia, is the Bengals pick. So getting a pick closer to the Browns at 94. And then the Browns came back and took Harold Fannin Jr., tight end from Bowling Green. A couple of playmakers, which we like. A linebacker, which quite honestly was a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, so once again, if you're thinking, Justin Lane, the Lane kid out of Virginia Tech, he falls in that Royals category too. So it wouldn't be, especially at 94. Lane's a guy who's shifty, he's shaking. He's a good choice in terms of the skill set they need. So Royals is there, like I said, Lane is there. They've answered. If they can go out and get, they get Jalen Royals. I would say they had a pretty solid second day. Obviously, if it's not the kid. The kid is an outstanding linebacker. You saw the film. It's a position of need. He's a guy that might not play if because of the
nickel. You certainly hope that JOK can go, and then it's redundant a little. And they say they can play him next to him, and I get it.
Yeah.
Again, I think. I think they were looking for toughness with their first 3 picks.
And it does match because the one thing all 3 of those guys have, they are tough, and they do. When you watch the film, they are tough. And I think Royals is a guy. If you can go out and get Royals right here, you're pretty happy.
So the Titans are now on the clock, 83. So we're 11 picks, getting closer. Here's the question: if they do not, being the Browns, if they do not take a quarterback, I got to believe they'll take a quarterback in 5th, 6th, or 7th round. Who do you think it is?
Well, the more it goes on, the more, at this point, from this point on, Jalen Milroe is the highest ceiling guy there is out there. But in terms of, now you're thinking more scheme fit. So not too long ago, Shedeur Sanders was thought of as the number 2 pick, right? So in terms of what he does schematically in Kevin Stefanski's offense with the play action from the pocket, on time, rhythm, anticipation, it's got to be one of those two. And, and I think Will Howard has some really good upside. I think Kyle McCord, I actually have Kyle McCord above Will Howard just because his ability to drive the ball 15 to 25 yards.
Oh, Buckeye fans are going to hate to hear that.
But once
I
again,
get it. I get it.
But once his ability, he was a really hard evaluation just because of simply the incredible talent around him. So he did what he was asked to do. So maybe at the next level he's asked to do more, he can do more because he has shown a pretty high level skill set.
So the Xavier Watts is still out there, Bowman is still out there. So those are 2 safeties. It's kind of interesting to see what the Browns do if both of those wide receivers are gone.
Yeah, there's, do they go with Savion Williams because he's a stud, or did they have somebody higher on their board than all of us did, which is, that's possible as well. We've talked about it before. Barry really likes those traits in receivers where a lot of other people have different valuations. For me, I'm looking for not only do you have physical traits, but your ability to get open and the savvy you have and the understanding and your connection. That word QB friendly always is thrown out there. It basically means the quarterback knows where you're going to be. I mean, that's really, because sometimes the quarterback doesn't know where to play good. He's just out there running like a baby deer and he has no idea. So I think those kind of things tie into it. So obviously I think Restrepo is a stretch at this point because it's,
right.
But I think he's a guy, if they don't get anybody, then you go get him tomorrow for sure.
So we've talked about the Browns' first pick in this 3rd round, Harold Fannin Jr. From Bowling Green, a local guy from Canton. The Browns pretty excited that he was there when they drafted him in the 3rd round. Beautiful thing. Bowling Green's got the right colors already, huh?
Correct. Yeah, and you see a couple of big catches, Texas A&M. That's the game that kind of sold me on his ability to separate. I really don't care what his running style is. That's something, he'll work on. He's coming off a receiver. He's a really good player who has a high upside.
So the Titans take Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State.
Yeah, really good secondary at Penn State. Jalen Reed's another guy I had for them, other safety. So some good players. That secondary is really good at Penn State.
Again, Xavier Watts, safety from Notre Dame, still on the board. The thought, Browns probably do need a free safety, the high safety. They got rid of the free agent they signed from
Thornhill,
Kansas City. Wow, I'm completely blanking on his name.
You got him out of your mind quickly.
He kind of blanked on Sundays usually, so the production was not there with him. Now this is an interesting one. The Steelers on the clock in the 3rd round. Is this where Shedeur Sanders finally goes off the board? They passed on him in the 1st round.
I just think Mike Tomlin would have his leadership qualities would be so good with Jalen Milroe. Obviously Shedeur Sanders too, but I don't think Shedeur Sanders, like you said, I don't think he needs a lot of that. I think he's going to be, in terms of all the noise around, he'll be pretty good there. Milroe's a guy, it wouldn't shock me because of who Mike Tomlin is as a coach. He just seems to really develop his players.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who, in fact, Steelers take here in the 3rd round. There was some thought that this could be the landing. Initially the 21 when they picked in the 1st round, they thought would be the landing spot for Shedeur Sanders. After they passed on him, it came all the way back to the Steelers. So we'll see.
Steelers always draft well. They all, it doesn't matter what round it is. Every time you see the Steelers, you're like, God, how'd they get that guy?
So it's Caleb Johnson, the guy that I initially thought they might take earlier from the running back from Iowa.
So I had Caleb Johnson actually higher than, for the Browns especially, higher than both Henderson and Judkins, just because of his ability to, you can see here, that's that wide zone. See the great push from Iowa. Obviously he doesn't have great breakaway speed. Again, doesn't get caught very often. Really runs that Iowa offensive line, does a great job. Again, outside zone here, does a really good job of reading. That outside zone can go anywhere. He does a great job of putting his foot in the ground, not wasted steps. You can see kind of here, he dips in, dips out. Really, and the thing that's more impressive is that Iowa is about as bad a passing team as I've seen
yeah, they are.
In 10 years, and he was outstanding with 8- and 9-man boxes. So credit to their offensive line and credit to him as well.
Well, you got to remember, Kurt Ferentz is their head coach, former offensive line coach for the Browns.
Yep.
So,
and you're going to see right there that tight end. That was Luke Lachey, was a tight end. We like to put his hand on the ground. But, yeah, you're going to see this kind of the idea to get downhill. There's a great look at not a lot of wasted movement. Again, I'm not sure if he's going to give you a lot of home runs at the NFL level, but he is a classic. He's a great Steelers pick. If you're a Steelers fan, because of what they do toughness-wise, he's going to get you to second 5, second 6 all the time.
Well, and the other thing is he's going to be paired with Warren, who is a home run hitter.
Yeah, and that's a very good contrast in styles, what you need.
Yep. Shocking that the Steelers would do that and draft what they needed like that, huh?
Well, and the Steelers love to run zone, and that's, it sounds kind of funny, but that's a really hard run for a back to learn, because zone is just that. Everybody's looking for a double team, or you're trying to create, set the edge, and it's really hard. And you learn where the blocks are going to be. They run a pro-style zone game at Iowa, so that learning curve is not going to be very big for him.
So the Buccaneers at pick 84 take Jacob Parrish, cornerback from Kansas State.
Another cornerback, long arms, plays the ball very well in space. Great, these cornerbacks, as they get, you start doing this year after year, the elite guys have kind of like, I won't say all the same traits, but great spatial awareness, body control. Some guys are a little bit better in man, some guys are a little bit better in zone. Jacob Parrish, obviously, again, Kansas State, I have a lot of respect for Kansas State and how they coach their kids. He does everything well. He's maybe not elite in his short area burst, I guess, but he's a corner that there's a bunch of that kind of fall into that 2nd to 5th round that are just good players.
So the Patriots are on the clock, and they've traded their pick to the Chiefs. So it'll be interesting to see who Andy Reid and Brett Veach and the Chiefs are coming up to get here in the 3rd round.
Well, you hate to say this, but Jalen Royals is a perfect fit for the Kansas City Chiefs because of his skill set and what he does in that slot. And when you think about the Chiefs, they're in a whole different. Really, there's only 4 or 5 teams that are like that. They're doing everything for Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
So they're getting offensive linemen and they're getting receivers, and then they take their backs late, which is, you can get good backs late. So Jalen Royals makes a lot of sense here. Bond makes sense because they like speed.
Noel Williams from Cal is the pick, cornerback.
Interesting. So that's a need pick because Williams is a guy. Once again, he follows. You have the corners all fall into categories, and he's a guy that kind of fits the same category. He's long, good spatial awareness, plays good man. It'd be interesting because he wasn't. I didn't have his high because of his ability to tackle, but he's a really good player. Obviously, he came from UNLV. I thought he was better at UNLV, but that happens a lot too when you transfer. Right. You're in a different defense, different calls. Good player. Not shocking runs real well. All those guys at KC run real well.
Yeah, they'll figure out how to work on the tackling. He'll be drilled to death.
Yep. Yeah, so he ran a 4.5, which for corners, which is really scary that for a corner that's average, but.
So now you're getting closer and closer, and is Royals going to be available for the Browns? Who are the top 2 or 3 that you look at that you think would make sense?
Receiver-wise or total? So I would go with Jalen Royals. I would go with Justin Lane, and then I would go with Savion Williams just because of his skill set and his raw talent. That raw talent, you'll see, I mean, he's a get off the bus guy first, right? He's obviously the production hasn't been there, but he's a guy. That one shocked me because he's a guy that Barry likes because those checks a lot of physical traits that Barry likes.
So Restrepo, it would seem to be kind of the anti,
Oh,
he would not be the Andrew Berry.
No, he's about as anti-Berry as you get because he doesn't run very well. He's quicker than he is fast. He's undersized. He's not very strong. Like all those measurements you have. But at any level of football and any coach that calls in, they will tell you there's just guys that play.
Right.
There's just guys that are just really good, and he's a guy that's really good, and he's really quarterback friendly. He runs the right routes. He's always where Cam Ward wanted him. I think he'd be a great pick. I think it's because of those, once again, but those measurements are important too in terms of like you're going against guys who not only have feel usually, but these are guys that are elite traits. So I think he's a guy tomorrow, but I wouldn't be, and a guard. I'm never mad. Wyatt Gillum fits the mold. I think you get the most value out of Xavier Watts, if you want to know the truth, just because of his ability to do sideline to sideline, one hi-hat. He played for Freeman, so he did a bunch of different stuff. He can play down in the box a little bit. I don't think they would do that as much with him, but he's big enough to play in the box. He can play that free. 17 turnovers in his career, that's a lot of turnovers. So, that's one thing they didn't get out of Thornhill. The effort out of Thornhill, people criticize. That wasn't my thing. That happens. That happens in football. It was the no turnovers.
Yeah,
got to have turnovers as in a one hi-hat system.
Well, and the offense was turning the ball. The last 2 years, offense has turned the ball over way too much, and the defense hasn't been able to.
Yeah,
for all the good things they've done.
Correct.
Haven't been able to turn the ball
over. Just like it's very similar to offensively what the Browns are. When you don't have those playmakers, you have to be perfect everywhere else. And once in a while, once again, one thing I always used to do is that when I would meet with my young coaches, you put on a film, and it would be one of my running backs that went to Kentucky. We wouldn't block anybody. We would do everything wrong, and it was the idea of that. You got to have some big plays sometimes, and you don't do it right, you don't block it right, things are wrong, but you got to have players that can just make plays for you.
So the Chargers are currently on the clock as we count to 94 and what the Browns will be picking here with their second pick in the third round. They will have a pick in the fourth. They did acquire a pick in the fifth, and I think they still have one in the sixth and the seventh. So a couple of picks tomorrow. They did trade a number of their seventh-round picks. I don't remember if they kept one or not. I can go back and look at that. But they do have a fourth and a fifth, I know, and a sixth. Again, it's kind of interesting. Jack Sawyer's still on board as well, an edge rusher.
So I'm not as high on Jack Sawyer, and once again, I think but I might be a little bit biased. I love his effort. He's not a bendy guy.
Yeah.
He's more of an effort guy. Those guys are important too. But at the NFL level, you can only, even in the Big Ten, that's what people don't understand is like the NFL level is such a huge jump compared to no matter where you played in college. Yeah. And if you don't have that bend at defensive end, it's hard to be productive. Doesn't mean you can't make hustle plays. But if you watch Myles Garrett, like I said, wins with bend, and you have to be bendy and super athletic, or you have to be ridiculously strong. The reason Myles might be one of the best to ever do it, he's both, right? So Jack Sawyer is a guy who can bull rush you, he can beat you around the end, but can he get around these 330-pounders who can also move with their feet? We'll see.
Let's welcome in Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan, Cleveland Browns on SI and the Locked On Browns podcast. Spencer, were you as shocked as we were with Carson Schwesinger? And then how do you like the other picks?
Yeah, Schwesinger was a little surprising, I think. I don't know that everyone was expecting, or anyone was expecting, rather, the Browns to start day two with a defensive pick after they took defense with their first rounder, obviously, after trading back there. And especially understanding where this team was at coming into the draft, right? Like, they had so many offensive needs. That one was a bit surprising. But I think in all things considered, like, value was there. I think he has the chance to really turn out to be a solid player here. I think, you talk about guys that fit Cleveland and whether it's within this team and this roster, but also just the town, the city itself. a guy that had to walk on at UCLA and then kind of earned his stripes and has a really good, final season last year. It's exactly the type of story that Cleveland fans can rally around. So I think people will come to enjoy him once he's out there on the field, sort of playing, and his story and all that comes with it. So I think in the end it was a solid pick, even though it was a little interesting, threw us for a loop a little bit. But yeah, after that, I mean, they started really diving into with these last 2 picks, addressing some of the major needs they have on offense. I think Lance knows this already. I've been huge on Quinshon Judkins since the start of this entire process. He reminds me so much of Kareem Hunt. So getting him, a guy that can kind of be a lead workhorse back for this team, I think is massive. And then the Harold Fannin Jr. pick, I thought they could maybe get him a little later. But listen, these boards are all different. Like where they valued him, they must have liked him here. And I think he has a chance to be really, really good at the next level. David Njoku going into the last year of his deal. He sort of becomes this tight end of the future. He's only 20 years old and set records for tight ends at the FBS level. Doing it at Bowling Green and doing it, his best games came against the best teams. Penn State, Texas A&M are 2 games that stand out. So really excited, I think, about these 2 offensive moves they've made today, and what they've done so far in this draft.
Yes, Spencer, you sent me that text a long time ago about Judkins. That was your guy. So where would you go, 94 here with the Browns? Where would you go on your last pick here of this round if you were the Browns GM right now?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's still some offensive holes they have. They haven't addressed wide receiver yet. Obviously, offensive tackle is still something they haven't gone to. And the lingering, sort of hovering overhead dark cloud is the quarterback position, which obviously the big storyline nationally continues to be Shedeur Sanders slipping as far as he has. He's still there at this point. At least as long as I've been on with you guys, I know he was still there. Jalen Milroe is still there, another guy the Browns had in for a 30 visit and who they've had some conversations with and seem to like. So there's always that looming quarterback conversation with each passing pick. But I kind of feel like at this point, given the move they made last night to trade back and sort of position themselves to address quarterback maybe more aggressively next year, I think they're willing to wait. So it feels to me, if they're sticking on the offensive side, that they would maybe go offensive line or receiver here. But I could also see him maybe starting to think about safety here as well after parting ways with Juan Thornhill, as we know, earlier this season. So I'd think about all those different things that are coming up, and I honestly think quarterback may have to wait until day 3.
So Savion Williams just went to the Packers. So one of the wide receivers comes off the board. But, yeah, Milroe and Sanders both still on the board. Is there a wide receiver that you like? And Lance, you can read the list that we have.
Spencer, we're kind of thinking about Jalen Royals out of Utah State. We got Justin Lane out of Virginia Tech. Obviously, we had Williams. He was just picked. What do you think about Jalen Royals? Or, for me, it would be or Xavier Watts or Billy Bowman at safety. Those are, obviously Xavier Watts, it would be a higher value for me. But you're right, the Browns need a receiver. For me, they need a touch guy. You and I have talked a long time about the ability to make plays in space, and the Browns just haven't had that guy. Would you go Xavier Watts here if he was available, or would you go Jalen Royals, who's a really good slot receiver and kind of fits what they need?
Yeah, Xavier Watts is tempting at this point because he was being talked about as like an early day 2 guy, like a second rounder potentially. I think there was even some instances where people had talked about him maybe being a first rounder. I thought that was a little rich for where he'd go, but second round certainly makes sense. And he sort of strikes me very much as the type of player that can make plays like all over the field and can do so much for this team in that free safety role. Sort of similar to Kyle Hamilton, right? Like when he was coming out, same sort of thing. He was considered this tweener, and they didn't know where he was going to play. But then he's thrived at the safety spot and is so versatile for Baltimore. So to get somebody who can match that on the Browns would be awesome. So I really like Xavier Watts if he's still there when the Browns are on the clock here coming up. I also do, I think the wide receivers you throw out there are good. Royals being the slot guy that he is. That's a massive role for the Browns that they're sort of looking to fill with Jerry Jeudy being an outside guy. And obviously there was, talk about you could maybe use Travis Hunter in that role. But with that not being the way things went, they're still sort of trying to address that spot. I also think, I believe Jalen Noel is still left from Iowa State.
He went.
He just
Did
went.
he go? Okay.
Yeah, he went to the Texans.
Yeah,
we had him up there.
We were trying to trade down for him.
That's draft night for you, man. I get swamped into my work and I kind of miss some of the picks in between. So never mind. Forget I even mentioned his name.
Oh, we liked him. We were there.
We were trying to trade down for him. We were trying to get him.
So, yeah, when I think about it, the thing that strikes me is if the Browns were going to take a quarterback, you would have traded back into the first round to get the fifth-year option. Even at this point in the third round, if you liked one of these guys enough to draft them in the third round, you probably should have gotten the fifth year on them.
So it's an interesting point, Dave. When we talked to Andrew Berry, obviously last week, he made the comment. He was asked point blank, like, how much value do you put in that fifth-year option? Is that something you consider to trade back in for? And he said they don't necessarily care about that as much. He said it more eloquently than that. He didn't say he didn't care about it, but he just said it's not something they necessarily value all that high. So once I heard that, and I know like this time of year you always got to read sort of between the lines on things, so he could have been lying. But I heard that, and I kind of took it at face value that like, no, if it's the right move, they'll consider it, but that's not going to be something that like it makes them extra aggressive to go do it. And so I kind of ruled that out coming into the draft weekend here. Not to say they wouldn't have done it, but yeah, I mean, I've sort of positioned myself where I just think quarterback for them is not a high priority right now, given what they did last night. And I think they need to add one to this room, obviously. I think that ultimately is just going to kind of come in the form of, hey, we'll take one probably tomorrow and sort of see what happens and see it, let the guy compete a little bit. It's going to be a project. We know that. And, I know that doesn't give a lot of people optimism about how the offense is going to look or how the season is going to go. But I think that's kind of where their head's at with this, just based off of like the value of how this position's gone so far. I think they're comfortable where they're at. But who knows? Like maybe tomorrow, if Jalen Milroe's still there, maybe tomorrow is where they get aggressive and try to trade up earlier into the fourth round to get him if he slips into the fourth round. So there's as we see these final picks of round 3 sort of play out, it'll be interesting to see what that quarterback class, what's left of that class going into tomorrow. But I think they've sort of put other priorities first and said we'll take our chances next year at finding the real franchise guy and just kind of roll the dice this year on a rookie that's going to obviously need a lot of developing and have a lot of rawness to him.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So, Spencer, why do you think, out of the work you've done, and you and I have talked a bunch, why do you think Shedeur Sanders has slid to where he slid? What do you think, for me, he fit the Browns' scheme perfectly. He throws on time, his anticipation, his accuracy is elite. Why did he slide, and why does he continue to slide? Is it off the field stuff, or are people actually questioning his skill set?
Yeah, I've been on the same page with you on this, Lance. Like I've really liked Shedeur from a standpoint of the fit, right, in Stefanski's offense. The things that he does do well, which I know he doesn't have that dominant trait that the Browns talk about. They're always looking for in players, and that some of the other quarterbacks have. But I like just what he does well. His ability to sort of play in structure, drop back, see the field well, deliver it on time, super accurate, as we know. That all, to me, like screams, yeah, Kevin Stefanski's offense, he can operate it. He can operate it at an efficient level, I would think, and this thing could have some success with him. I can't speak fully to like why all these teams are just sort of deciding it's not worth it. I think it's kind of twofold, and from my perspective, it feels like it's the fact that, like I just alluded to, his skill set doesn't have like that it factor. Like with Jalen Milroe, it's the fact that he's this world-class athlete, which clearly that hasn't led to him getting taken just yet. With Jackson Dart, it sounds like the Giants really loved that he was a little bit more mobile than Shedeur Sanders is. And so that's why they traded up to get him. With Cam Ward, it's the rocket arm, right? So these other guys have like that one trait. So I think that's part of it. I also do think that some of the off the field stuff that comes with Shedeur, the son of Dion, and anytime something happens with Shedeur, Dion's going to be there to sort of have something to say about it. I do think that's kind of rubbed some teams the wrong way. I didn't necessarily think the personality or the Dion effect was going to, I don't want to say weigh him down, but like be enough of a factor that he would slide to this point. Like I thought somebody would just take him because they saw the value in it, and I didn't know it would hurt him like this. But I think both those things kind of together have led to him, being in the situation he's in, where we're getting to the end of day 2, and he's still on the board there.
Yeah, without question. And remember, Lance and I were talking earlier, going into the combine, it was kind of Cam Ward 1 and Dion 1A. That's how drastically it's changed. It's kind of, we were talking about it at the combine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Shedeur has been one of the most fascinating quarterback prospects we've ever talked about, covered here in Cleveland, but just nationally as well. Simply because, you're right, Dave. The conversation around him has just evolved so much. For him to go from it's Cam and Shedeur and everybody else to then, well, it's Cam, Shedeur's kind of in there, and then everybody else, to now Cam Ward, or to now it's Cam and Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck. And then Shedeur, it's kind of crazy. And I do think, to me, his personality, I think, would work well here, just because he's not going to wilt under the pressures of trying to meet some sort of expectation. Now, if you're going in the 4th round, I don't really know what expectation there really is for you at that point. But I think this is all going to lead to him playing with a chip on his shoulder as well. So at some point, someone's going to take him. At some point, someone was just joking with me in the media room. Can they get him as an undrafted free agent on Saturday? I don't think it's going to get to that point. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Shedeur sort of responds to this, and what team actually does end up with him, and if he ends up here in Cleveland after all.
Spencer German, as always, appreciate the time and the insight. Thanks very much, Spencer.
See you, Spencer.
Of course, guys, anytime, and enjoy the rest of the draft. We'll see if Shedeur ends up with Cleveland Browns.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks, Spencer. Spencer German, make sure you check him out. 92.3 The Fan, Cleveland Browns on SI, as well as the Locked On Browns podcast. So I'm hearing Shedeur and Shiloh as a package deal.
Well, it's funny he said that, because you and I have talked that stuff doesn't weigh on it, but it has. Yeah. Obviously, it has, and
it matters to some, obviously.
And it's funny because I think of anticipation, and I think of accuracy as an elite trait. Some people don't. And Spencer made a good point. He doesn't have the rocket arm. He's not super mobile. So when you're saying if you have a checklist in terms of what is elite, really only that's elite is his accuracy and anticipation, and those are things you can teach a little bit. So that makes sense. And then you couple that with, you're right, there is that factor, whether you like it or not. I think it's actually a benefit when he gets here, because wherever he gets, because it won't.
No. The microscope has always been on him.
Always been on him.
It's going to be. So Josiah Stewart, edge rusher from Michigan, goes to the Rams. Wyatt Milam went 89 overall, and I didn't realize he was a baseball commit to Marshall before they flipped. How many offensive linemen are Division I baseball commits? Not many.
Well, I'll tell you what. Not only is he I was shocked by that. He's arguably the meanest guy in the draft. When you see him, he's that offensive lineman that gets the penalties for laying on guys and drilling. He kind of sets the tone in there. Those guys would really like wherever he's. He'll be a favorite in the locker room because he's really nasty. The other guy that I really like that is a huge value at this point is Josiah Stewart. He's a guy who has 12.5 sacks, started at Coastal Carolina. He has, as an elite, a pass rush skill set. You'll see here, runs with a speed and a rip. He does so many things well because of his ability to pass rush and counter what the offense is giving him. Really, really good pick. He'll be an outstanding player for the Rams. As you can see, in his career, 30 sacks and 46 tackles for a loss. That's really impressive.
So the Ravens are now on the clock, getting ready to pick. Is just a few picks away from the Browns, and they go with Emory Jones Jr., offensive tackle.
Interesting. I don't have a lot on Emory Jones. I will say this. Emory Jones has struggled in pass protection. He's a huge guy. He fits all the check marks for an SEC lineman, right? He's big, he's long, he's tall, has had some trouble consistency in pass protection, but he does fit their mold in terms of being a mauler, which doesn't shock me at all because he's a physical guy. Obviously was a freshman, freshman all SEC, has declined a little bit, but his skill set really hasn't. Obviously, he played opposite of Campbell, didn't get, really good player, long arms, solid in pass protection, mauler in the run game, can get beat inside a little bit, Obviously, more work done on Campbell than him, but once again, he fits all the boxes in terms of athletically. You're getting a guy who, 6'6". I think he weighed 310 or 315. So he's an athletic guy, and he's going to have to be more consistent in the run game, besides just mauling you because people will make you miss.
Right.
But he can move his feet, and he's pretty solid in pass pro.
So Royals still there. If it's between Watts and Royals, which way are you leaning? Strictly if it's a value pick.
Then I would go Watts. And for what the Browns need, it wouldn't shock me if they were Royals, but I think Watts, the production he gives you and what Spencer said, his ability, for me, he's a Kyle Hamilton. I don't know if he'd be as good in the box as Kyle Hamilton, but he'll be much better as the free safety than Kyle Hamilton, because that's what Kyle Hamilton doesn't do very well, because he's so aggressive. So for me, if you have a chance to go get Watts here, that wouldn't shock me, because he's I had a late first, early second on him. So for whatever reason he slid, maybe it's the position, but I like Watts a lot. Wouldn't be upset with that pick a lot in terms of value. Don't mind a playmaker, though. Royals wouldn't make me mad either.
So the Seattle Seahawks are going to take Jalen Milroe with pick 92. A couple of picks before the Browns. Jalen Milroe comes off the board.
Well, I'll tell you what. The thing about Jalen Milroe, and you and I have talked about it for 2 nights now, the upside and the traits are absolutely. So you can see him here. He runs like a tailback, right? So he ran a 4.3. And to put in context, to run a 4.3 on electrical time, there's 1% of humans that can run that. Then if he sets his feet and throws the ball well, so the couple things that I really like about him. So you see that throw there, his feet were right. And when his feet are right and his feet match his upper body, so he has a tendency to get his lower body going quicker than his upper body. And that happens a lot with athletic quarterbacks because they rely, especially he has an elite arm. So you can fix those things. Now, what is his ability to run? If you've ever seen him work out, he's a physical freak. He can make all the throws. Sometimes he doesn't know where they're going, but that's usually because his feet aren't right. And as athletic as he is, there's very few guys. There's very few Aaron Rodgers. There's very few guys that can throw off platform all the time. You have to set your feet. You have to throw on time. You have to torque your body. You have to transfer your weight. You have to do a bunch of things. And once he gets that down, you'll see right there, set his feet, throws an absolute strike down the field 40 yards. So he can make all the throws. It's consistency with his arm, accuracy, and it's consistency with his fundamentals and footwork.
So the New Orleans Saints are now on the clock, and then the Browns will pick. So it'll be interesting to see Milroe out of the equation. Shedeur Sanders still sitting there, and we're getting ready for pick 93. These are the compensatory picks in the 3rd round.
I think the Saints would be, it's interesting, but I don't think the Saints would be a terrible spot for Shedeur. Now you're getting to the point where hopefully you're going to go where you get a good scheme fit, right? Because obviously the value, they haven't valued 1st or 2nd round. So
I think they took Shuck, though. I think that's who took Shuck.
They take Shuck?
Yeah,
they're not going him because they valued Shuck.
Yeah.
But the difference between Shuck, going back to what Spencer said, that I actually said this earlier today before we started. The reason I thought Shuck might jump these guys is because I think he's the most NFL ready in terms of playing for Brom, playing underneath center, playing in the gun, footwork, throwing on different launch points. Absolutely love him.
7 years of college football.
Correct. Now, once again, though, that's a real thing, though, right? And that's how he's going to have to play right away.
Yeah. Yeah, the second contract, and Social Security are coming around the same time.
Your retirement is with the first, after your rookie contract.
So it's Cam Ward to Tennessee, Jackson Dart to the Giants, Tyler Shuck to the Saints, and Jalen Milroe to the Seahawks are the 4 quarterbacks that are off the board. So Shedeur Sanders still on the board. I would be stunned if the Browns took him there, but I've been stunned before.
Yeah.
See the 33rd pick in
the that got us a little bit for sure. Yeah, it's just if you don't think a guy, for me, Milroe is the only guy that could give you an opportunity to grow, right? For me, right. He can get to a level that other guys can't get to. He can get to a level Shedeur Sanders can't get to because of his ability to run and his athleticism. So if you're not taking him, if you haven't taken him yet, then I don't think he's part of their. I could be wrong. Once again, there's no way if you'd have said who are they not drafting, I would have said they're not drafting a linebacker at 33.
So you think it's going to end up being? I asked you who you'd pick value-wise. Who do you think it ends up being?
I'm gonna say it's I'm gonna go Watts.
Yeah,
I'm gonna Watts.
Andrew Berry's MO is he picks for value. Now, the Saints could mess that up and take him, as we haven't seen their pick announced before the Browns yet.
But I think you got to go. The Saints need an edge, so there's some edge guys out there.
Yeah.
Let's see what they pay. They obviously, hopefully they
go safety.
Safety and
Sanker.
Yeah, Sanker's a more of a two-safety guy. So once again, what makes the Browns defense kind of unique is that you can get a different skill set. Like you can take more of a football player than an actual zone guy or a guy who has to do a lot. There's not a lot of coverage rules.
Right.
It's play center field, run hash to hash, tackle if the guy breaks it, make it a 20-yard run, not an 80-yard run. And so this Sanker's a great zone coverage guy, runs real well. Saints are a little bit more. They're not. Obviously, everybody runs 1 and 2 high hats, but the Browns are one of the few teams that's the base where they're in 1 high hat.
So Embo is a guard from Purdue. Marcus Embo.
Yes.
When you looked at him, what'd you see?
Well, all those guys who are in the second tier of guards, it's usually they're in at guard because of their inability to move laterally. And that would be his. He's a good run blocker. But those guys who struggle and go to guard is because their lateral movement against the Mason Grahams and B gap.
Yep.
So if you watch, that's where he struggles a little bit. Obviously, things to work on. Very tough, good punch. But that lateral movement is usually what moves those guards into the second and third day.
So awaiting the Browns pick, who are now on the clock, it'll be interesting to see. Is it Royals? Is it Watts? Heck, is it Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah. Could
so
be a lot of different things, and nothing would surprise us at this point.
The one thing we know is expect the unexpected from the Browns. They went Schwesinger with the first pick in the second round. They came back and took Judkins later in the second round. And then they also selected Harold Fannin Jr. With their first pick in the third round. Awaiting their final pick of day 2, and we'll see. Do they get another offensive piece? Do they get another playmaker? Do they solve the safety question that they have?
Cameron Williams. Tim Beick brought him up. He's a really interesting guy. Played opposite at Texas, so he's a really interesting guy. Great upside. Moves his feet well. That would be a guy that could be the project tackle they're talking about. I think, a guy like Jalen Travis from Iowa State, he's a true project, but he's 6'8", 330, so he might be a guy they get tomorrow. But it'd be interesting. Do they take that guy? I think you got to take some good football players here. Still early enough where you got to take the best guy. Xavier Watts would be both Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman probably give you the highest value here for what they need and where they're at on a board. Xavier Watts is a really good football player.
There is some talk that it could be Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback from Oregon. I think is the last place he played was at Oklahoma. Undersized would be a little bit of a surprise.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have, as you know, and you and I talking, I have been very high on Dylan Gabriel. He threw for 18,000 yards, 155 touchdowns. He's a guy that is undersized, but he can make all the throws. It'd be interesting because he kind of the system is, I'm not sure if it's a great fit, but that play action, sometimes when you move the launch point, which like Kevin Stefanski likes to do, those boots and waggles and stuff, the height is not as important because you're not sitting in the pocket all the time. Once again, a guy makes all the throws, played at multiple schools, played at a high level at multiple schools. But to get Dylan Gabriel, now when you talk about we don't want defense, you don't want defense, but when you got a guy like Xavier Watts and you don't have an elite safety, you can make this defense elite with Xavier Watts. So it'd be interesting. Once again, nothing has surprised us whatsoever. But that would be surprising, even more surprising me to the linebacker, just because there's guys out there in positions they need.
Yeah, and again, it's an older guy. He's played at a number of stops.
He's had a couple of injuries.
Yeah.
And once again, the only thing that I will say about size is being down there every day, it's hard to imagine how you stay healthy, especially if you're little, right? How do you survive with the size of these? So that would be my thing with Dillon Gabriel. Can he survive, the contact, the beating you take as an NFL quarterback?
So it has been confirmed. Dillon Gabriel is the pick for the Browns. So they go quarterback, but it isn't Jalen Milroe and it isn't Shedeur Sanders. It's Dillon Gabriel from Oregon.
Well, it's funny because I was very high. As you and I have talked, I've been very high on Dillon Gabriel. I think he's highly underrated. I hope it comes to fruition because I think he has the moxie and all those intangibles you talk about. He has them. So we'll see.
And so the Browns do get a quarterback and somewhat of a developmental guy. I'm sure open quarterback competition means he'll be put in there.
Well, he's seen it all. So when you've seen it all, the thing that I like, it's a Bill Parcells thing, but college football is played at such a high level now. When you play a certain amount of games, now you've seen these coverages. You've seen roll coverages, 2 hi-hats, 1 hi-hat, cloud, sky, all these things that teams like to do. You've seen them all. You can see Dillon Gabriel here. From the pocket, he's really good. And quarterbacks don't throw over top. They throw through lanes, and he does a really good job. He's the Drew Brees brings thought process in terms of his ability to process and get rid of the football. He runs very well. He can move his feet in the pocket. He will throw that boot waggle action, off play action that Stefanski likes to run. You'll see it here. Throws a great ball. So he can make all the throws. Didn't have a great combine, but the combine for a quarterback means nothing to me because you're not practicing with those guys, and everybody runs a little bit different. So if you remember what he did against Ohio State in that first meeting, he was electric. Obviously, he's at home. I had him on my board, and I had him higher than most, but I didn't have him 3rd round to the Browns. But once again, in terms of how you evaluate quarterbacks, he does have a lot of experience, some good athleticism. He's thrown for you don't throw for 18,000 yards, and you're bad. So, interesting.
Yeah, played at a high level with Oregon.
And Oklahoma, and was out and had UCF in the top 20. So
yeah.
So you can see there 18,000, almost 19,000 yards.
Yeah. So Lance Reisland and I are going to step aside and take a quick time out. We will be back with more of the Sports4CLE Draft Night Special. Stay with us.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million? New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Greater Cleveland Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the star athletes and notable sports figures who were born or have made their home in Greater Cleveland. It tells the story of discipline, commitment, perseverance, sportsmanship, and excellence in achievement. It encourages and inspires those who believe in sport and its direct impact on the well-being of our community. Go to clevelandsportshall.com or follow us on Twitter at GCLE Sports HOF for more details.
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free.
I am powerful beyond my wildest imagination.
I will define my future.
I will keep challenging myself to improve. Because I am a future leader of this great nation.
I will be responsible for raising a beautiful family.
And educating not only my generation, but many more to come.
I will make a difference in my community.
And I will stand up for what I believe in.
I will not settle for simply chasing my dreams. I will achieve them.
Because I was given a chance.
An opportunity.
A home.
At Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
The ultimate leadership experience.
FCCLA has been one of the greatest experiences of my life.
It's made me who I am today.
Join us. We'll build a new future together.
Come back to go forward. Back to learning new things. Back to pursuing your dreams. Tri-C has flexible learning options to fit your life. And every year, more than 1,000 local companies provide Tri-C students with real-world learning. The right education can boost your lifetime earning power by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Start now with a college education you can afford. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Hey, you know, the new Mega Millions is coming through any minute now.
It's here.
Bigger jackpots.
50 million?
50 million. New multiplier included.
Better odds?
Bigger wins. All for just
$5?
Let's go!
The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program is dedicated to recognizing exceptional students, teachers, and schools throughout Ohio. Scan the QR code on screen to nominate students and teachers as Academic All-Stars and Teachers of the Month. They must be currently enrolled or teach in grades K through 12. Is your K through 12 school developing students' literacy skills to achieve success in reading? If so, you can nominate your school for the School of the Year. Students can win $100, teachers can win $500, and schools can win $2,500. Scan the QR code, fill out the forms, and nominate deserving students, teachers, and schools today. The Ohio Lottery Partners in Education program takes pride in honoring exceptional students, teachers, and schools across Ohio. Submit your nomination today. It's fun, fast, and free. Welcome back to Sports4CLE Draft Night Special along with Lance Reisland. I'm Dave Bacon. So Lance, you'll be happy to know the Falcons, a couple picks after the Browns traded up to take Xavier Watts. So he goes off the board. Let's take a look at the 4 picks that the Browns made here on day 2, so the second and third rounds. They draft a linebacker with the first pick in the second round, Carson Schwesinger, after taking Mason Graham yesterday with the 5th pick after trading down from number 2. They get Judkins with that additional second-round pick that they got after trading down from Mason Graham. Third round, they go Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green. And then another surprise is Dylan Gabriel, quarterback from Oregon, drafted at 94 overall with Shedeur Sanders still on the board. So just an overall thought process with the 5 picks and days 1 and 2, so the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft.
Well, I think they got better. I think Mason Graham's a great pick. He'll be. It's not sexy, but 2 years from now, everybody will be very happy. I think Fannin is an outstanding player, great for what Kevin Stefanski wants to do. I think Judkins gets some those hard yards that makes it easier for that quarterback. The linebacker, Schwesinger and Gabriel are just. It's not them as players. It's the fact that you need so many other things. To have Xavier Watts there when you need a free safety to create turnovers, and Watts has 17 turnovers. That's just just, what did they see in Gabriel that would make them go away from Watts or go away from a Royals, or, in that first pick, why would you go with the linebacker and not Burden when creating space and plays? Those are all things they have their own plan and you stick to it, but those are things that you think about. Love Judkins, love Mason Graham, and absolutely think that Harold Fannin will be a special player in the NFL.
I know we talked about Dylan Gabriel as one of the guys that you did a film breakdown on. So you looked at him, the arm's there.
Yeah.
The question, if he was 6'2", he probably would be second round, late first.
So I'm a big Dylan Gabriel fan. I really am, and you don't throw for 18,000 yards, almost 19,000 yards, and not be good. So he does everything well. He's going to need some help, though, right? So he kind of fits in that Drew Brees where he's going to be under 6 foot. So he's going to have to make sure that he throws through lanes. He's going to have to make sure his footwork is absolutely perfect every time in the NFL, because these guys are even going to be taller. So he's going to have to make sure his lanes. Now, he can't throw from different launch points. And if Kevin Stefanski has the keys back to his offense, he does throw from a lot of different launch points. When you play that much college football, I think a quarterback like Tyler Shuck, Dylan Gabriel, these guys who play a ton of college football, they've seen a lot of things. So his learning curve should help him compete early. Can he survive? That would be really has nothing to do with his height. Can he survive the brutality of the NFL? That's really what it comes down to, because he can play.
Well, and he's played in a number of different systems. We mentioned, he was at Oregon, he was at Oklahoma, I think it was Central Florida.
Yep.
So 3 different systems, 3 different offensive coordinators. So there's some football knowledge and IQ there.
Well, when you go back, if people want a reference, go back to when Oregon beat Ohio State at Oregon. He was outstanding. He made some key runs with his feet, threw some outstanding balls. Tez Johnson, those guys he had. So he did a really nice job against an elite defense. We all know how good that defense was. So obviously he had struggled in the second meeting, but that first meeting you could see his skill set and what he could do as a quarterback. Obviously, once again, we've said it in the last 2 days. It doesn't take 32; it takes 1.
Right.
And they thought highly of him. I personally like him, but I like his production. I want to see if that production can carry over. The big knock is his size, so we'll see. But I have to admit, I had him on my board. I liked him. Me and you have talked about him because of that production. You don't produce that many yards and not be successful.
So let's take a look at the quarterbacks that have gone off of the draft board. A couple of them going late here. Cam Ward went number 1 overall. Then it was the Giants trading back into the back half of the first round to get Jackson Dart, a guy they clearly identified. Tyler Shuck went to the Saints at 40. Then just before the Browns were selecting, Seahawks selected Jalen Milroe, 92 over. Now, it would have been interesting to see, was Jalen Milroe the Browns pick? We'll never know. Mm-hmm. We will never know. And then the Browns come back and take Dylan Gabriel. So we're closing in on the end of the 3rd round. A couple more picks left. And Shedeur Sanders, who was thought to be, 1A to Cam Ward's 1, still on board.
Well, for me, I try not to, even when I'm into the draft process, I try not to think of what everybody else is saying, because you kind of get led into oh, so for me on film, he's an NFL quarterback. Now, there's a couple guys, and I agree with this, and my evaluation has been what you're going to get. You're always going to get a B. Chances of you getting an A, not great, but chances of getting an F is not great either. Yeah. Some of these other guys, you're going to get an A+, or you're going to get an F. So that consistency, and once again, the throwing for completing over 70% of your passes, that accuracy and anticipation, I think, really carries over. And when Pat Shurmur's your offense coordinator, you've seen some of these concepts, these developed concepts, these developed full field concepts. So I just think if he, a lot of factors tied into it. I thought Spencer made a really good point, because I think of anticipation and accuracy as an elite trait. Some people don't. He doesn't have the huge arm. He doesn't have the great feet. He doesn't do a lot. He doesn't have the huge hands. So maybe that was the case. But I still think he's going to be an NFL starter, and I still think he's going to be a solid pro. What level, I'm not sure, but I bet you he starts some games in the NFL.
Yeah, the intriguing thing is, where does he end up? He's going to have a huge chip on his shoulder. Here's the other question that I have for you. Who are some names? And we've talked a lot about it. Who are some names that you think would make sense for the Browns? And Charles Grant, one of the developmental tackles, just went to the Raiders from William and Mary. Who are some guys that make sense? And we've talked about Xavier Restrepo, so I think that would be one guy.
So you got Restrepo, 200 receptions, almost 3,000 yards receiving, very quarterback friendly, would be perfect for whoever the quarterback is. Damian Martinez, a running back, he's a guy. So you get another guy who can get you a second forward. You got the tight end, Luke Lachey out of Iowa. I love him. He could be when they go 13 personnel, he'd be the guy that puts his hand on the ground. And then their developmental tackle for me is a kid out of Iowa State. His name's Jalen Travis. He's 6'8", 339 pounds. He's a monster. He originally came from Princeton, moves his feet very well. He's developmental just because he hasn't played high-level competition. But when you watch his feet on film, the feet always tell me for offensive linemen, you got a chance if you can move your feet, and he can really move his feet. So those would be four guys that I liked. Another guy I like is Olajide. I didn't think he would make it.
Yeah.
I thought he would make it to day 3. He did not because somebody else saw those traits on film. But I think like Lucas Shea would be a huge get because I still think they need it. They need more tight ends in that room, and getting a tight end out of Iowa is never a bad thing.
Yeah. No. A long list of very good tight ends from Iowa. And with Kurt Ferentz as a head coach, they usually can block in the run game as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. So right now, even though David Njoku's got great at his strength, and once again, go with your strength. So Lachey would come in, and he's a guy that could be the traditional tight end next to the tackle. Then you can move Njoku, and you can move Fannin, and you allow them to use their strength. So they're going to have to be, it's funny because they didn't attack the tight ends too much, and they didn't attack the receivers too much. So it's kind of interesting to see where they're headed in terms of, is Elijah Moore the answer? Are they go out and get him? Because right now, Royals won't be around when they pick again. So they're going to have to go out and get Elijah Moore because Elijah Moore will be better than anybody else they're going to get at this point.
Yeah, Restrepo is an intriguing guy. The other one, one of the reasons that they usually trade away their 7th-round picks is Andrew Berry starts the undrafted free agent calls at the end of the 7th round. That's why they end up making those phone calls. So they may have a couple of guys targeted in those realms.
Well, it's funny. Being an unrestricted free agent's actually better sometimes than getting picked late because you can go to a fit.
Right.
You can go. If you're a quarterback. Coming to the Browns, whether Dylan Gabriel's here or not, coming to the Browns will not be a bad idea, right? If you don't get drafted, coming here, you can compete. So,
wide receivers the same way.
Yeah. So if you're a guy, especially if you're an undersized slot,
right?
So if you're an undersized slot and you're shifty, give the Browns a chance. So we'll see what happens. I still need to address tight end. I was really hoping they would come out with an elite running back, which they did. 2 tight ends. They came out with 1.
And a wide receiver.
And a wide receiver.
Well, we got a quarterback and we got a linebacker.
Well, like I said, I think Restrepo could be a great pickup. And once again, though, he's not going to wow you with speed. They still need that, Hunter would have been amazing. I think Burden, I thought the perfect today would be, I thought they were for sure going to go Burden. Then they were going to go Henderson or Judkins. Then they were going to go Fannin. And then they were going to take either Arroyo or Taylor. I thought those guys would be available. It just didn't work out. And it started off with taking the linebacker at 33 instead of Burden in terms of what they needed. So hopefully, like I said, the linebacker is very, very good. And hopefully JOK is okay or he plays next to him because the defense right now is going to have to be even more elite than it's been.
Well, Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski met with media to discuss the day 2 picks.
Obviously, there's guys that have come before Dylan. There are guys that come after him that don't have the quote-unquote ideal height, but hasn't held him back in his career. He's been that height for a long time. He finds a way to get it done, and that's so important. There's quarterbacks, different shapes and sizes. You have to be able to move in the pocket. You have to feel the pocket. You have to find throwing lanes. You have to change arm angles. All that comes innately, I think, to players based on how they've kind of played the game their whole life.
We'll go Tony, then Cam, then Daryl.
Andrew, just 2 things about Gabriel. First, just comment on it. He seems an older player, 6 years experience, 24 years old. Comment on that. But also, just before him, Milroe went to Seattle. totally different styles, obviously. Was Milroe among the considerations at that pick?
So for your first question, it probably goes back to when you asked about the age thing before the draft. Like, yeah, that can be a factor in a prospect's profile, but there's no single like eliminator. Like, every prospect's going to have strengths and weaknesses in their profile. Probably age with quarterback, there's a little bit more fluidity with that, honestly, Tony. And I think also the difference is, like, you think of age in the context of their college career. So like with Dylan, the guy's played football, been a starting quarterback since he's been 18 years old, in college football. This is not a player who, it took several years for him to become the starter, and didn't become the starter till he was an older college senior. So we didn't feel like that was a major detriment in terms of his profile. And in terms of Jalen, we spent a lot of time with him. Obviously, know him really well from Tommy's experience in Alabama. You're right, very different styles. But we've always said with the quarterback position, like, our view is we want to make sure that we build around that player according to their strengths. So Jalen's strengths are very different than other prospects in the class strengths. If we had selected him, we would have built an offense that we thought was appropriate for his strengths. And, we would do the same for any quarterback in the room.
Speaking of building around him, this was a skill players kind of day for you guys. You said day 2 is a sweet spot for the draft. So for you, what did you maybe like about what this draft offered, and how do you envision these additions coming into what you hope is another revamped offense this year?
Yeah, so I guess I'll go with the last part of your question, Cam. With Q, we feel like he's just a very well-rounded back, and we've obviously been spoiled over the past couple of years, particularly with Nick and Kareem, and we feel like he is very much in that mold in terms of skill set. Not necessarily saying that he's going to with certainty develop into one of those players. We certainly hope that's the case, but we think that he can be a bell cow runner that can really carry the load for us. And then Harold, like, he's a mismatch piece for us in terms of how. Defenses are going to have to account for, him and David on the field when we're in 12 personnel, and, whether he's split out, whether he's in a traditional alignment, whether he's in the backfield, like, he gives us that flexibility for Kevin and Tommy to be really creative in terms of how they design personnel packages, formations, and ultimately scheme up the run and pass game. And in terms of Dylan, I kind of touched on him already, but that's how we would view it.
Question for both. First for you, Andrew, and then I have one for you too, Kevin. With Carson, Andrew, did Jim give you a bear hug when you drafted him? And you mentioned you're open, like, you guys haven't spent a lot of draft capital on that particular position. What was it about him that, had you using that 33rd pick on him?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is guys at the off-the-ball linebacker position, for us to maybe go outside of the norm. We have to project them to be able to do something, special or well above average in the passing game. And for Jeremiah, that was really his ability as a blitzer. Like, he was a great run defender because he can make plays behind the line of scrimmage and everything. But he was really special, or is really special, I should say, as a blitzer. With Carson, his profile is maybe a little bit different in the fact that he's shown himself to be a really strong coverage player, whether man or zone. He, very much like Jeremiah, he's very good in the run game, very instinctive, surefire tackler. But when we look at that position, and if we're going to invest, significant resources, it's, hey, can this player contribute above and beyond on third down?
And for Kevin, with adding Harold.
So Lance Reisland, final thought on this day 2 of the draft.
A couple picks that made a lot of sense, and a couple picks that like every other draft, right?
Yeah.
A couple picks that you're just not sure. Sometimes those picks you like don't work out. Sometimes the picks you do, it can go either way. So I still think they need to address the tight end room. They still need to get a playmaker if there's any available tomorrow. I still think they need to hit, on day 3, they need to hit on a couple guys. The key is they're all kind of rolling the dice on day 3, right? But they got to hit on a couple of those guys. Very interesting draft. First 2 days are very interesting. We'll see where the Browns are going to have to play really good defense. I know that at this point.
Lance Reisland, great stuff the last 2 days. Appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's going to do it for this Draft Today edition of Sports for CLE. We will see you back here Monday at 4 o'clock. We'll recap the entire Browns draft. Have a great night and a great weekend, everybody. See you Monday at 4 on Sports for CLE.